Hey, everybody. Like that little blip in between? Sweet baby Jesus. Hey, welcome to Wednesday, Booker's Hump Day. Glad you guys are here. I'm glad this Battalion Hump is actually finally here. So looking forward to it. Got a lot of cool things going on with this. Talk to my Patreons, ask my Patreons. I said, hey, as far as this Booker's Hump goes, do you think I should do it by years? Do you think I should do it by a certain order or whatever? So when I pulled them, they said, hey, let's start with your oldest and work your way up. So we're going to have 4 weeks of this, 4 different segments. The first segment is going to have 4. Then there'll be I think it's going to be like a 3, 4, 3, something like that. So we'll work it out, but I'm going to go from my oldest to youngest, although there's one missing bottle that didn't make it here. So it'll be like, it will be added on later. So there's a 2015 that didn't make it here. So, but it will be. So cheers, everybody. Let me look at the chat and see what's going on in here. We got Sugar Kitty. What's up, Sugar Kitty? Anthony, Neophyte. Adam. What's up, Adam? Mr. Whiskey Shits. Bourbon. Daniel H., thanks for modding me on that. Do the hump, the hump. Everybody do the hump. Oh, yeah. I remember those days. So just getting warmed up. The bottle's been open and breathing. So I thought I'd do it a little bit different. I'm not even doing a blind. I'm literally going to talk about each bottle because it's been so long since I've been on these bottles. I didn't think it'd matter. I can tell what I like and what I don't like. Easy enough. But I wanted it to be one of those things where we talked about it. We knew what each one of these bottles are. And the big part of it, right? So, first of all, thank you to my Patreons. You can see them scrolling across the bottom. All the support I get goes 100% to my channel, to the Bourbon Battalion business, and everything I do to replace bottles, merch, all that kind of stuff. So shout out to all these guys. I appreciate all you guys do. I love when we do our polls. I love when we go back stream, fireside, all that kind of fun stuff. So love it. Jim Morris, haven't had Bookers yet, but definitely interested in watching you go through it. Yeah, so you know what? It's funny. Over the years, I've drank a lot of my Bookers. These are the remaining Bookers that I held on to that have not been anything that I opened in a long time. So tonight's going to be a little bit different, Daniel. Daniel H. posted a PayPal in there. Tonight, I'm going to do Venmo only for whatever that is. So let me change my banner real quick. Right, so going across the bottom, you're going to see the availability to, you have my Patreon link, and then you have my Venmo. So why is that important? Well, first of all, there's a lot of things that goes on my Patreon that's fun, and it helps fund me. Actually, it helps fund Patreon. I get some of it. And my Venmo tonight is for 4 weeks, this being week number 1. For every $5 entered, you get your name in the drawing, right? And Mr. Zach Andrews put together a fancy Google Docs document that me and Daniel can literally just put in there, one person, blah, 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 this many entries, and it shoots it all up, and then it automatically will randomize when I refresh it. So in the middle of this, or at the end of it, we'll have a drawing, right? So I booked it 7 to 9 with the intention of doing my normal hour and a half. So the donations will be open until, I'd say 8:15 p.m. Eastern time, which is an hour and a half. So for every $5 entered, your name gets in there, and there'll be one drawing each week for the 4 weeks that I do it. And what you win with that drawing is a sample of every one of these Bookers. These are all brand new. I've cracking them each week as we go. So you'll get a sample of every one of the Bookers, not just this week, every one. So when it's all said and done, there'll be a sample sent to you. It should be, I think, 14 samples of Bookers that you will get out of this. So week 1, all the donations this week goes 100% to someone in our whiskey community that could use it. It's a 100% donation. It's completely, they have no idea what's going on. It's something that I want to do because we have a great community and I want to give back. And I will be as transparent as I can based on when that time comes. But all of tonight's donations will go 100% to the YouTube family. The following weeks will all go towards, they'll go towards actually my business. They'll go towards the YouTube channel. I really want to go through and update some of my StreamYard stuff. I'd like to update my lighting. I have a lighting system that's starting to go haywire and go out a little bit. And with that, you know, I have to go through and just be really aware of what's going on. And go in here and see stuff because stuff's happening. And I got to make sure I know. So don't be surprised if you see me like saying stuff because it's the easiest way to do it. So Daniel Haston, you're in for looks like 4. So Daniel Haston, your donation was 20. Adam Priest is in for 1. And I'll try to keep track of this the best I can as they come through. So don't get me wrong, I'll get them all. It kind of really doesn't matter when it comes in because once it gets done, it'll be completely randomized with a random number picked. So whether you do it now or later, it's irrelevant. But yes, everything is going back to the YouTube family tonight. So having said that, I'll start talking about what we got. So on tap tonight, the oldest one that I have right now, the one that I don't have isn't here, obviously, is I'm starting with the 2016-04. This is Bluegill Creek. This is the Bluegill Creek bourbon. Booker's at 64%, so 128. It's 6 years, 5 months, and 28 days. I do remember this as being one of my favorites. I really liked it. Oh yeah. Yeah, so I mean, if you don't mind to donate publicly on my Venmo, it would really help Daniel out. If not, I can see it and shout it out. But Daniel has access to any of the public stuff coming through, so I appreciate it. So having said that, let's pour this Booker's 2016-04. Finish up my last warm-up drink. And I'm going to go through these just like I normally would, right? I'm going to get a decent pour out there and talk through it, right? I do have them all opened up, though. So I have 2016-04. Next, we'll do 2018-03, which is Kentucky Chew. After that, it'll be 2018-04, the Kitchen Table. And then after that, we'll be doing a Little Book, 2018-02, Simple Task. So those are the 4 we're going to be doing tonight. See which one of those ends up being our winner. And I'm not blinding. I'm just going off of an honest nose and taste because I'd rather just talk about it. And then we'll do a winner section all the way through. And then when it's all said and done, we'll do the last segment of the last one. We'll go through and pair them up against each other. So having said that, I'm going to take some notes, so don't be surprised if you see me taking notes as I go. It's funny how sometimes, you know, I'm a big fan of nosing it before, but even a better fan after tasting. I think aftertaste is when you get a little bit of that aromatics. Yeah, that's right now it seems a little light to me. Now that might be because I'm just getting started, but I'm not getting a big nose. I'm getting like proof. I'm getting some proof, but I expect to get that almost the whole night. But I'll tell you what, it's not harsh. It's not a harsh proof. I'd say that it's a little vanilla, which is not what I would expect as a typical thing that I get off of Booker's. So the glass is exactly what I expect. The legs, viscosity. I almost never have a Booker's ever that doesn't have great viscosity, great finish, usually a lasting finish. That's like that's why they're one of my favorite things to have with a good cigar. I just really enjoy it. I'm getting some fruit. I'm starting to get some white fruit on this, but I'm not getting that. I'm not getting like a heavy oily. I have a little oil, but it's not like nearly as nutty as it would normally be in my mind. But I haven't had it in a while, so I think on this right side I pick up a little bit of that nuttiness, but it's not predominant. So let's put this on the palate. Oh, Sugar Kitty, you're not wrong. The Rare Risky Pokemon Kentucky Chew. Hey, Kentucky Chew is great. I've had Kentucky Chew not too long ago. I remember bottle killing it. I probably on Livewire because that's where I bottle kill about everything. Somewhere we get caught in this bottle chugging extravaganza. And being a guy that doesn't want to be outdone, I usually chug way too much. So Benjamin Tabib Bourbon is in for $10. Thanks, Ben. Man, I'll tell you what, I remember why I love this thing so much. This is 128, and maybe it's because I'm a big palate guy as far as like proof, but good grief. That is no way in the world you're saying that's 128 proof. No way. That is so easy on the palate. It comes in really gentle, really nice. You get a nice flavor profile in the mid palate. It comes off like a really nice sweet, easy on the front end. Mid palate opens up quite a bit. Your mid palate's kind of got it's got a significant chocolate note to it. Not like a heavy chocolate, but there's a chocolate note in there. Now the finish is long and slow and wonderful. There's a hint of, is that pepper? I don't know that that's pepper. Definitely spicy back here, but not like, I wouldn't say it's necessarily a heavy black pepper, but there's definitely a pepper note. But man, really nice. Now I'm starting to get some light fruit now. What's up, Tony Two Toes? Marty's in the house. What's up, Marty? Now that those aromatics are starting to come back up, I'm starting to get a signature Booker's nuttiness. I wouldn't say it's predominant, but it's there. It's definitely there. Okay, so Adam did 5. Daniel Haston, whether you did 20. Let me see if I can get it to update. So I'm just got to get it to update. 2 entries from Bourbon. Yeah, so if it doesn't do that, if you go through, guys, I'm trying to watch it as it comes through, but just to say how many entries, it's 1 entry for every $5. But I usually can see it, the transaction go ding, ding, ding. So I would say this is very remnant of like some chocolate covered peanuts. And there's just chocolate covered peanuts. I mean, that's like the most signature note. I do get maybe like a light fruit, like a really light, maybe like an unripe plum. It's not nearly as sweet as that, but so I'm going to give it a second and let's see what. I don't know where my card is for this guy. But yeah, so this is, once again, this is the 2016-04 Bluegill Creek. This is 128 proof, aged 6 years, 5 months, and 28 days. Kentucky straight bourbon whiskey. So, what's up, Alex? Good evening, sir. So it tastes like Ben. Bourbon. Not unless you're drizzling chocolate on it, man. You know, you get a little aromatic of the proof on it, but man, it's not hurtful. It's not painful. I don't even have mouth tingles. You know, like some people get that gum numbness, or maybe you get really fiery on the sides of your tongue. I'm not getting any of that. Not at all. I mean, that is pleasant. It is very pleasant. To me, I could drink that until I got stupid. So if anybody else is out there drinking Booker, what are you drinking this evening? And if you're not drinking Bookers, what are you having? Hopefully something Beam. If not, then don't worry. Mr. Whiskey Shits. So, Daniel Eats, 1 entry for me, bro. Yeah, that should be the same one, right? So, yeah, it's super enjoyable. I would say I would grade this as a very long finish. I mean, it's a long finish. I would absolutely have this with Diet Dew, of course. I would have this with a Connecticut leaf wrapper all day long because of the boldness, the richness, the darkness of the notes, the dark chocolate kind of long finish, molassesy type slowness. With a Connecticut leaf wrapper would be delicious. Would absolutely be delicious. I would consider an Ashton Connecticut leaf. There's a lot of Connecticut leaves out there. I typically enjoy Ashton. There's a bunch of different ones out there that you could have. You know, H. Upman makes a really good. This would go really good with a Fuente Opus X, which I recently got in touch with thanks to Mr. Sir Lord Shane Long, PhD. Oh, he has some pigskin batch poured 2020-03. Daniel, that will be coming up in my blinds. So I have all of the 2019s and I have all of the 2020s. And I have the newest 2021. I'm missing 2 from 2018, but a late entry 2015 will be coming in. It just didn't make it here tonight. So the Gunny planned on being a part of all this stuff. However, I launched this on his and his wife's anniversary. So happy anniversary to the Gunny and his wife. They happen to be married the best number of years you can possibly be. They've been married 42 years today. 42 years today. And everybody knows 42 is like the best number on the planet. So what's up, DC? Country Ham for that went. You know what? I'm looking forward to it. It's coming up. It's not on this round, but I haven't had that in so long. Rob M., good to see you, brother. Evening cheers to you as well. So we just went through the Bluegill Creek. Oh, water for me along with IV meds. I get you. I remember 42, kind of. So yeah, my brother's been married 42 years today. So congratulations to him. That's quite a feat. Yeah, country ham's pretty good. All right, so I'm going to put these in order here because I'm going to come back to them. So let's get a new glass and a new Booker's. So now we're going to go to 2018. I'll tell you what, though, this flight is going to be hard because they're hitters, man. If you go back and look at reviews, or if you've ever been around enough to hear me, I'm telling you what, Bluegill Creek has always been one of my favorites over the years. Kentucky Chew and the Kitchen Table have been like touted and highly reviewed, and I've absolutely loved them both and drank through them recently. So I'm excited to get back to some of all this other stuff that I haven't done in a while. Yeah, happy anniversary to them. So yeah, he got married. You know, it's really funny. We was talking about it this morning over coffee. We both got married when we were 19. So this year, this coming September, will be me and my wife's 30th anniversary. So he's 12 years older than me. And but his wife, when they got married, was 17. When I got married, my wife was 20. She was a year older than me. So yeah, it's kind of funny. So this is 2018-03, the Kentucky Chew. This is 63.35 at 126.7 proof. This has been aged for 6 years, 4 months, and 12 days. The Kentucky Chew. Let's pour that bad chat out. Wipe it into my ever-growing hair and beard. So I had to cancel my appointment when I went down to the Schlammering. And I came back and my wife was like, the hell, you like grew a bigger beard and hair overnight. And I was like, well, and she knows this, you know, my barber knows I grow about 1.5 inches of beard per month. So if I don't stay on it, I can grow this like long beard. I said, you know what? Maybe I'll just grow it out for a while. She's like, no. So yeah, well, we'll see. She said that the last time too. Ooh, this got a lot more nose. There's some big florals coming off on this guy, which is really surprising. I instantly got a very predominant rose petal. Like it's as rose petal as it could be. I'm not hating that because there's a lot of richness in the rose petal. I have a hint of like peanut butter. Maybe peanut butter. No, it's butter. It's not brittle. It's peanut butter. So far I got rose petal and peanut butter off the nose. Makes me wonder if I should have like throw some rose petals in my peanut butter and see what it tastes like. I'll tell you what, it's really funny because like I'm going straight into this and it's not blowing out my nose, and which is, you know, you're talking 126 proof plus, and it's not blowing out my olfactory at all. I get a predominant floral if I come down low and let it rise, but if I come in deep, I get more of that peanut butter. What is that? What is that? What is that? What's that? I just got a weird note. I think it's orange peel. Yeah. There's an orange. I'm just going to put like an orange peel / zest. There's something orange peely about this. All right, let's go to the palette. Color on this is great. The legs are like glue. So if you can see the color there, I love the color. The legs are just, because you can have shrapnel, right? So when I talk about shrapnel, we're talking about the legs dripping down and then they stop and they break apart, right? So you have all these little dots everywhere. These aren't like that. There's dots everywhere, but they haven't broke apart. They're just like slow. It's like if you're weird, and I'm telling you right now, if you do this, you're weird. If you put your pancake syrup in your refrigerator, that's weird. Unless you just don't like it to ever pour out fast enough that you can eat your pancakes hot. I guess you could like them cold, but it looks like that. Whiskey Nose, check your Venmo. Mr. Marty. Doom, 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 doom. It also helps to throw it into the it also helps to let him know, because sometimes they're not coming through fast enough. So if you can just tell him, if you can just put in the chat for Daniel, just put in how many entries, because they're coming through a little bit slow for me, Marty, because I'm looking at them right now, but the last one I see is Bourbons. Your stories. Let me see if I go in here and see that. Ben. Bourbon's making funnies in my Venmo. So if you go through and donate to Venmo, for every $5, you get an entry. If you don't hear me say something about it, just literally go into the stream and just say 2 entries, your name, and tag Daniel H. Yes, and be sure to hit that like button. If you're not a member of my Patreon, it's scrolling across the bottom. We do hangouts, we do polls, we spend some time together. I have merch that comes out. Sometimes I just send whatever. I hope to do more hangouts. Things are starting to get back to normal. I know that my Patreon will get the very first shot at the Bourbon Battalion whiskey and tasting experience that I'm really digging right now. I'm hoping to launch it by August 1st now. It is taking on a whole different perspective than what I originally thought, but I'm excited for it. So if you did go through and donate, please, please, please make sure that you put in how many entries you have, because I'm not necessarily seeing everything update. The last thing I saw was Bourbon. Yeah, if you just copy in Venmo, you'll see it. Whoa. Whoa. So this is a big bomb in the middle. It came in really nice and turned into, whoa, a lot. Big aromatics of heat. Great finish. Still finishing. The sides of my tongue are tingling a little bit. So this is a lower proof, but giving me much bigger mouthfeels in the middle. So, man, I wish this would like speed up or something, because I'm not seeing all my notifications. Let me go in here. Incomplete. Go in here. Yeah. So yeah, please do make sure you share that information with Daniel. I'll have to go to my profile and copy it. Well, I'm right here. So I know that my profile is this. It's at Robert Williams 1441, exactly as it shows in the banner going across the bottom. If for some reason you're having a problem with Venmo, you can always use my PayPal and then just tell me how many entries there are. I just was doing Venmo because it was one easy one-stop shop. Daniel, you can throw up my PayPal. It should be Bourbon Battalion. PayPal me at Bourbon Battalion, whatever, and then people can put it on there. Man, this is a big bomb, real big bomb. So it gets a little spicy in it. You know, it's almost like this like weird spice note. What is that spice note? Is it like a nutmeg? Is it an allspice? Maybe nutmeg on cracked caramel corn. Yeah. It's definitely got a caramel corn note for sure with some spice on it. Ben, you know I'm not on Grindr. I've never even heard of it. Never even heard of Grindr. I kind of can figure out what it must be, but so yeah, this is like, you know, have you ever had like peppered kettle corn? Think of like peppered kettle corn, lightly drizzled with some caramel. That's what this really reminds me of. Well, I know Bourbon knows, that's for sure, Adam. That's what this is. This is crack. This is definitely peppered. Yeah, that's definitely it. Kettle corn with pepper drizzled in caramel. Yep. And it's delicious. It's really good. Starting to soften up a little bit. Man. Adam, what a dick. It's getting you guys are silly, man. That killed me. Man, the aromatics on this is really bold, man. There's a predominant corn husk note on the nose, like really corn husk. No doubt about that. I don't know. What is that? Yeah, so Okay, this is my on this. As much as I hate to say it, I like this better. It's got this really big rose petal floral note on it that is absolutely prevalent. It's so present, it's not even funny. It's also like pepper kettle corn with caramel that has maybe sat in the bottom of the bag and is a little oily. It's got this weird finish to it. Man. There's another weird note though, and I don't know what it is. I want to say a weird black tea note because that's been told to me, but I'll be honest with you, there's kind of like a weird rubber note, like a weird, like burnt rubber note in the aromatics, not on the flavor, just in the aromatics. Yeah, definitely. I mean, there definitely is. See you later, Rob. Thanks for joining, though, bud. Let me go back over to my stupid phone keeps timing out. So let me close that up, open this back up again, and see what I see. Going here. Yeah. So far, I see Daniel and Adam and Bourbon. I'll tell you what, you got to like your odds. May the odds forever be in your favor. That's for sure. So right now you got 1, 2, you got 4, 5, 6, 7. You got a 1 in 7 chance of winning 14 different Booker samples. Anthony, I can't be saying that. I think that's my favorite so far because of the complexity. Definitely the complexity. There's so many things going on with it. I think that's so far the Kentucky Chew is my favorite. So let's go to pour number 3. So my thought process is we're going to get through this. We'll close it up at 8:15. From 8:15 to 8:30, we'll recap. We'll find the winner. We'll get the winner announced. And from 8:30 to 9, we'll go open mic, right? Just an open mic session where we sit there and talk about Bookers or whatever in the hell you want to talk about. My glorious beard, my beautiful hair, all those things that are wonderful. Or how much of an F-tard I am. So next up is 2018-04. This is 64% ABV at 128 proof, aged for 6 years, 8 months, and 7 days. And this is the kitchen table. I can remember pursuing this like crazy after I had the reviews on it. It is significantly darker than the other ones. If you look at the difference between them, I may not look that much to you, but in front of me, they're significantly different. So I'm excited to go back in and revisit this guy. So let's pour it out. Oh, the beautiful, glorious pour. Oh, fruity. Now, there's no question about it. Bourbon's got hair, but I used to have hair. Now, I can grow mine. I just haven't in a while. It would take me If I was to not cut my hair for a year, my hair would be longer than Ben's, for sure. I don't think it would be as bushy though, because he's got a lot more curl and body to it. Mine's more of like wavy. All right, for anybody that's in here that does not understand the significance of why we are randomly talking about Venmo, right? I will recap. Now, granted, we don't have a lot of people in here, which is perfectly fine. That means your odds of winning are greater. The bummer is that, you know, the idea is that the money tonight is going to someone in our YouTube family, someone that needs it, that doesn't ask for it, and I know they need it. Just want to look out and help people understand that, hey, that's what we do, right? We help each other out. A keen eye and a quiet ear definitely takes the opportunity to recognize when we can help people out. So, yeah, totally different nose on this guy. I mean, a little similarities. I definitely have a husk. I definitely have a peanut husk. You know, that's the husk around the peanut inside the shell. So we're going to talk about some peanut husk. Maybe the shell smell that you might get at like a Roadhouse or your favorite steakhouse that has peanuts everywhere. Maybe even like a Five Guys, right? Five Guys has that a lot. There's like an apricot. There's definitely an apricot note. I think that's a really noticeable fruit note. I mean, it wasn't like it came off as anything else to me than like maybe like dried apricots. You know what? I mean, nowhere in here have I had like a big tannin note. I haven't had like a big oak note. As much as I've had like husks and what you would, you know, like peanuts and some, you know, bright fruit. There's a little cocoa showing up here, like the cocoa from hot chocolate. Anthony is in for 20, Daniel. So Anthony, which is Bourbon Neophyte, is $20. So he's in for 4 entries. Thank you, Anthony. By the way, Friday, Anthony, your stuff ships. I'll send you a tracking code. I'll tell you what, this has a really nice little Nesquik. If you took like Nesquik, let's say you had some like, you put more Nesquik in your hot chocolate than you had water, and at the bottom there's way more cocoa than water, to get that note. It's not dry though. It's not dry. Man, I'll tell you what. Oh, all right. Cheers. I'm going to take it to the palate. Oh, give me a break. That's so fucking good. No way. No way. That is so good. Man. Man, this comes into your palate, the entry into your palate on the front of your tongue is just like, hey, I'm really enjoyable. You're going to really like this. And it gets about a third of the way into your palate. It's like, hey, I'm just letting you know I'm here. and I'm really fucking good. Mid palate, it's like it opens up to this big spice bomb that has like chocolate and oh my gosh, it is really good. There's another note there hanging. I got to figure out what it is. Ah, this is, what is that? What is that? If I was to have, if I was to have some really nice dark chocolate put on, why am I not thinking what it's called right now? Hold on, I'll catch it. So there's a chocolate over spice, and I have a very, very clear thought of what I think this tastes like to me. And someone might be like, ooh, that sounds nasty. No, it doesn't. It's actually really good. Doesn't mean it doesn't. You don't think it's nasty. It just means that I think it doesn't sound bad to me. But I can't think of it. But it does have a really big chocolate spice, like a predominant like heavy dark cocoa. You know, if you had Ghirardelli, like 86% cocoa, it's like not really the most enjoyable chocolate because it's so cocoa. But man, it's so complex, and it's just like slow. This is why I'm a Booker's guy. You know, I know Anthony's in here, Marty's in here, Daniel H is in here. There's literally a bunch. What's up, John T? There's a bunch of cigar smokers in here. This is why you get Booker's. It is so good. I mean, literally, like so enjoyable. Incredibly good, especially with a cigar. This would pair with a medium to Connecticut leaf wrapper. I don't know that I go lighter than a Connecticut leaf. I think a Connecticut leaf is right on point for this. And there's a lot of good Connecticut leaves out there. Take your pick. I particularly really like Ashton's. I think Ashton's do a good job with their cigars. You don't have, when you're dealing with a light wrapper, you want a good smoke. You want a good, even smoke that comes back. You're not fighting with your cigar. I've never had a bad Ashton. Now, I've never had a really bad Macanudo either. So I'm pretty okay with that. Oliva V Milano is one of my all-time favorite cigars. I like the Liga Especial, and it's not a dark Maduro. It's a light Maduro. I'd be okay doing that with this. That Opus X that we had down at the Schwam Ring, the Fuente Opus X that Dr. Mr. Sir Lord Shane Long introduced or reintroduced to me. I've had it before. Oh, that's cocoa. Good Lord. Is really good as well. So, okay, so of these three so far, but you know what's funny? These three have been classically like my favorite three that I've ever had. But Kentucky Chew, who was beating Bluegill Creek, Kitchen Table is easily better than both of them. Easily better. I mean, not kind of better, like easily better. It has a really, really good entry point. It's really nice. It has flavor on the entry. It's not just like sugar water. It comes in with this big, bold, robust chocolate spice. I instantly am taken to like, I'm still struggling with it. Okay. I'm going to reach out because I know one of you are going to know. Oh, you know what? Never mind. I just came up with it. It's chocolate on wasabi. Chocolate on wasabi. Because I love wasabi. Listen, I am a sushi dude. And I understand the difference between a roll, sashimi, nigori, and all that kind of crap. I am a sashimi guy. I really don't care for the rice. I think rice is nothing more than making you feel like you're full. I don't really care for the rice. But I love having wasabi in my soy and spicing it up a little bit to give some complexity into it. Now I also like my my wasabi straight, or not my wasabi straight, my sashimi straight. But this is, man, this is, whoa, that just changed. So the nose of this just went to a, if you've ever had like a, oh God, what was those? That, you know, like, was it Russell Stover's box of chocolates? Is that what Forrest Gump had, right? He's like, life is like a box of chocolates. You never know what you get. But that is a Russell Stover's chocolate. What is that? Chocolate covered, like a cream. They have one that's like a chocolate cream, and I hate it, but it smells so good. I don't like the taste of it. Like, I'm not a Bavarian cream guy, but this is really good. Why am I not seeing the stream over here? That's like complexing to me. I should be seeing the live chat over there, and I'm not seeing it on my big screen. Ugh. Oh well. So if you happen to be doing any kind of donations or doing anything towards the Booker's giveaway, please make sure that you go into the chat. Make sure. What's up, Dustin? Hey, buddy. Glad you could jump on. So if you're not familiar, I'm sure you saw the thumbnail, and being a really smart guy, you understand that I'm literally going through all of my unopened remaining Bookers I have, and I have 14 of them. So we're on the first phase. Our first phase is going through my oldest -1 that didn't make it here in time, which is up at my brother's, and it's his anniversary today. So we did 2016-04 Bluegill Creek, 2018-03 Kentucky Chew, and I'm on 2018-04 The Kitchen Table. Yeah, so for anybody that just joined, we're doing donations to my Venmo that's scrolling across the bottom. For every $5 donated, you get an entry. What you get from that is one, a sample of every one of the Bookers when it's fully completed. So at the end of this long Battalion Hump, you will get a sample of every one of my Bookers. Now, this week, all of the proceeds that come as donations will be going to someone in our community. Someone in our community that could use it. And I will donate it. I will be as transparent as they let me. However, they don't know that I'm doing this. I'm a guy that spends a lot of time in my life, and have for years and years being very customer facing, reading emotions, feelings, eyes, all that stuff, taking all that in and figuring out how can I be a better human to those people. And, you know, for me, it is one of those things that I truly enjoy humans. There's some people that don't like people. I love people. I know that everybody is nice. Everybody just is waiting for someone to be nice to them. And I like being that person. I have the ability to take bad stuff at me and not make it personal. Because unless you know my middle name and my mother and father's middle name, you don't know me. You just know who I am. So, but tonight is about an awesome chance to get a sample of 14 Bookers that span from 2015 to 2021 and get samples of them. Go back through and try them yourself. And the money is going towards someone in our community on this first night. The following weeks, there will be donations on that stuff that will go, but those donations are going to be going towards my YouTube channel. I'm trying to do like some stuff with updating my StreamYard, improving my lighting, I just launched a Bourbon Battalion. Well, I haven't launched it yet. I just started a Bourbon Battalion whiskey tasting and experience. I have the place. I have the bar in place. I'm working on it. I'm hoping to launch August 1st. I have a lot of licenses I have to get, and Dustin knows this in Ohio. You know what, Dustin? The reason the world isn't great, it's people that don't communicate is the reason the world isn't great. People that go out of the way to communicate. If you communicate, people open up and good things happen. But if your really big focus is on optimism and kindness, it would be much better. It would be much better. So, which sounds like incredibly weird coming from a multi-generational Marine, but it's very true. It's very true. So this kitchen table has just, oh man, it's so good. It's so good. Now, I am a high proof guy, and you guys know that, but I feel like on the nose, it's very chocolate peanut husk, kind of chocolate covered peanuts. Definitely chocolate covered peanuts with maybe like that were made by your aunt that wears way too much perfume, because there's a definite perfume note that comes across it, but the chocolate peanut and all that stuff comes very above the perfume. The perfume's kind of lingering. But on the palate, it's chocolate wasabi. You get a really nice spice note, like in the middle of your palate. You're just like, whoa, that's really spicy. It's like really lights you up, and it's not. Listen, 128 is a high proof, but it isn't like, I'm not hating it. I'm not sitting here thinking like, ooh, that's way too hot for me. I mean, that's just really enjoyable. I think it's way better than the last two. And I love the last two. I've literally bottle chugged Kentucky True. Now, Bluegill Creek, I don't mess with that, because I remember when I had that the first time, the 2016-04, I was like, oh, that's really good. And I drank it, and then I realized, oh, shit, I can't buy it again. And lo and behold, I know a guy that doesn't like high proof. Is chocolate and wasabi similar to Malay? Now, because this has a little bit higher pitch on the spice note. It, it doesn't seem as sharp. It's sharper than the Malay, right? It's definitely sharper than that. And it's very pronounced. I mean, on the mid palate, it's like really, really, really sharp, right? Like a wasabi would be. Wasabi is not horrible unless you don't like it. If you don't like it, then it's going to be like nothing but aromatics, right? The thing about wasabi, people that really hate, they're like, oh, that's hot. And then they're like, oh, it burns my nose. Well, that's aromatics. I'm pretty okay with that. That doesn't bother me that much. But I know what to expect with things like that. How they come back up through your sinus is no different than the difference between cigars, right? And people know I talk about this all the time, is the difference between when you're enjoying a cigar, it tastes like X. If you happen to somehow like cough or something and it goes out your nose from inside, it is like Y. So the importance is understanding that your flavor profile coming in might also be different once your aromatics start going out. So to truly get acclimated to figure out what it would taste like when the master distiller is saying, hey, listen, it tastes like this. It takes the aromatics to not only be the bourbon to be ingested, but the aromatics to evaporate and come back up through your nasal cavity. And then you fully get accustomed to what you're going to taste, smell, and then it'll taste totally different. New to the channel, interesting content. Thanks. Hey, BS Bourbon. Thanks, man. I'm an instructional guy. I love teaching. It's what I love to do. I love helping people understand not only what they like, but why they like it. And what are the things that you should be doing to really explore that? So taking a 1 to 2 ounce pour and making it last a while is significant. So, but it's 8:02, so I definitely have to get through the rest of this. But this Kentucky Chew is delicious because I still have Little Book 2018-02 Simple Task. Man, that's got such a spice. And the only thing that really makes me feel signature, especially on the left side, is wasabi. But nothing about this hurts. It's not hateful. I'm not hurting on the proof. It's very flavorful, and I'm pretty happy with it, to be honest with you. Now, I will say though, when I opened all these up yesterday, it was like a nasty, nasty black wax grenade went off in my basement, and it was everywhere. And I can't figure out, like everybody else can do this right. How can bookers not figure out how to make their wax not so shitty? Hey, man, I love, Dustin, you're right, man. I like, and that's the thing that's so interesting with palate exploration. If you're, if you're pushing yourself in anything, it's going to hurt. It's going to be this. But guess what? After a while, it's not going to be so bad. And then you find that you go back to some. I'm so interested to go back some things. And, and this is so synonymous to what's going on in the bourbon world right now, right? So you see this big push from craft, this big craft distillery push. And in that craft distillers push, you're finding these decent proofs, right? High proofs. You see like Smoke Wagon, Uncut, Unfiltered. You're seeing Nulu come out with stuff. You're seeing these people take different products and do different things with them based on climate. Whether you're talking about Arizona with Smoke Wagon, or you're talking about the Texas heat, the Arizona heat, all these different heats can do different things. And with that, you have this idea of understanding that, like, how do we bring stuff up to things? So you're finding these major distilleries are changing their proofs. They're changing their profiles. There's different people that have said, hey, listen, we were always a rye. Now we're going to be a wheater. Or we've always been a wheater. We're going to be a rye. They're trying to figure out how do they get away from the norm, because you have palate evolution. In the middle of palate evolution is that, hey, I've gotten accustomed to this. I want more. I don't want to get the fireworks show at my local county fireworks. I want to get my fireworks at a military base where there's no expense budget, where it's so many fireworks that you can't even see them except for they're through the smoke, right? And that happens. So that's, I think that's the thing that you're seeing, and there's a big trend right now. And finding how do you make it more interesting is important about that. So, okay, the final taster tonight is my Little Book, and this is Chapter 2, No Simple Task. Where's my information on it? And can I see it? They put that shit really small. So the color is golden amber, and it's got all kinds of notes that I don't really care about. It is, wow, they've made that really small. And I've even got my glasses on. I think it is 118.8. It's a blend of Kentucky straight rye whiskey and Canadian whiskey. What the hell? Why are you putting maple syrup in my spicy whiskey? And this is the 2018 release. If you look at it, it's not like, it's pretty light. I wish that it showed. Yeah, that's pretty light compared to what I was doing earlier. So you can see these are all brand new bottles. I cracked them just for this. So let's bring over the new glass and see what this blended whiskey, Kentucky Straight Rye and Canadian. That's interesting because Canada can do a lot of stuff with their whiskey. Canada is one of the places that not only can color it, but they can flavor it. Other than just maple charring, right? Instead of just rolling it through maple charcoal, they can actually flavor it. Yeah, well, it's not, but you know what? Little Book, I was like, you know what? I'm going to throw it in there anyway. So it's still a beam, of course. It has book. I'm throwing it in there. And besides, people are going to get, literally, I'm going to be sending out samples 4 times of all of these. So I want to see how it compares to that, right? I'm thinking that it's going to be interesting. I know what I think of when I think of rye. I know what I think of when I think of Canadian. I know what I think of when I think of the proof. So I'm interested to, like, before I get into it, right? So when I think of Canadian whiskey, I instantly think of Tennessee style whiskey, right? I think of the charcoal maple. Not necessarily the oldest proofs, but also not new. I'm always really aware of, are they going to flavor it? Are they going to put something in for the coloring? But when I think of rye, I have a very signature rye note that is mine. And in that rye note, I always get oatmeal. And you're talking about a Kentucky straight rye. So I would expect, being in Kentucky, a 2-year straight rye at minimum. It also has to have, it's Kentucky water. So you're never going to expect that because it's from Kentucky. You're going to have that water note, but you're also going to have this like maple note. So I would expect this to be maybe, but the proof is actually pretty decent. But I expect it to be incredibly smooth. I don't expect really, I expect some spice, but I think it's going to be like knocked down from the Canadian side. So, Canada is very synonymous with smooth. So we'll see. It's pretty light. That's by bourbon terms, that's very light, especially by my terms. Yeah. Very, very mapley, oatmeal-y. Sweet. Definitely sweet. I pick up an oatmeal note because for whatever reason, there's no exact reason behind it. I do pick that up a lot. I pick up a like a butter note, like a really nice light melted butter note. I definitely get the maple. I'm instantly drawn into like pancakes, and I'm thinking like I could pour this on my pancakes or like a waffle. But it's really pitchy. It's really pitchy up in my upper sinus, which is probably the rye and the proof. What's up, Chris? Big League Bourbon's in the house. Booker no hump in full effect at Bourbon Battalion. Thanks, bud. People have been asking crazy prices for this little book lately. I think around me, the cheapest I've seen the release is, holy crap, $200 for this. I'll let you know when I taste it, right? On the nose, it's really interesting. I mean, it's definitely interesting. I think because you get this weird rye note that is like really signature. But the thing that I always would say that's synonymous with rye that is not there, and I think it's because of the new channel over Big League Bourbon. The thing that you don't have, like there's no mint, there's no spearmint at all on this, and I think it's because of the Canadian maple that you get with the very Tennessee style. They usually do Canadian style, which is the same thing. They do maple flavoring because they have maple leaves on their flags. At that token, they should also do bear shit because listen, the Mounties ride bears and they're about to eventually come in and try to invade into America. And I know that Alex is in here, freaking Mountie. Just kidding. Love you guys. You guys are super nice. But I did watch listen, I watch like crime TV all the time. And I was watching these one of my favorite things on Discovery Plus is to watch this stupid thing called I can't think what it's called, but what it is that they solve these crimes by like closed circuit TV. Man, like the last week is nothing but been like Canada. And I was like, I thought they were nice up there and they're like hacking people up. Some dude got killed with a machete. That ain't okay. At least here it's a through and through with like a 2.23 or a 5.56 round. You don't have to worry about getting hacked to death with a machete. I'd much rather be shot with a 5.56 than cut up with a machete. You know what? This isn't bad. Oh, Daniel, you won't like that. You won't hate it. You definitely wouldn't hate it, but it's not $200 for you. I know your palate pretty good. Now, listen, for the rest of us, this is pretty damn good. It's really, that rye and that Canadian is really doing some like battling. It's like if you put maple on your Quaker Oats freshly boiled oatmeal. Adriana, you know what? Tonight's tonight. There's so little entries in here. I'm telling you right now. We're doing $5 as a single entry. For every $5 you get an entry into the drawing for one of my entire sample packs, right? So for 4 weeks, we're going to go through the bookers. Right now we're on Little Book 2018-02. And I have to ask Daniel how many entries there are, but the last time I saw there was only 7. So, and the last time I checked my Venmo, it only showed 7, but unless I'm wrong, you're talking about 14 different bookers. Oh, hold on, that changed. So yeah, it's up higher than that, but it isn't that much. So 4, 5, 6, 7, and so we're up to like 11 entries. So you have a 1 in 11 chance. Right now, there are only 7 entries. No, there's more than that. Because Anthony's he did a $20 donation, which is 4. Bourbon did 10, which is 2. Adam Priest did 1. And Daniel did 4. So you're like 4, 4, 5, 6. Oh, you know what? You know what, Adam? I think God, that's why I have you in here. Not only are they 14 bookers, they're 14 really good ones. Chris is in for 5. Chris Ludwig is in for $5, which is 1 entry. Now, I will say this. Anything that goes this week, depending on how much it is. Okay, let me rephrase that. No matter how much it is going to someone in the YouTube community. If it doesn't get to a certain amount, I'm going to double it because I know where it's going. I know what I want to do with it. I will be completely transparent with it. But someone in our YouTube community, it's going to. So I originally said I would shut it down to 8:17. I lied. I'm going to 8:30 because I'm already scheduled till 9. So for anybody that wants to get more entries into the chance to win a sample of every one of my bookers, now's your chance. You have 13 minutes. 13 minutes while I continually go through, because I have to still digest all these. This is such a weird thing. This little book. So the little book that I'm doing is 2018-02, which is a blend of Kentucky Straight Rye whiskey, which makes Adriana ecstatic. But it's blended with Canadian whiskey. Hey, Daniel, can you put my PayPal up there? I'm pretty sure it's Bourbon Battalion, but I gotta, if I jump over there, you're not wrong, Dustin. Adriana's in for 2 entries. She donated 10. Daniel, if you didn't see it. So there's some like really good odds tonight. It's going to be completely randomized. We have thanks to Zach Andrews for creating a spreadsheet. He did a Google Doc spreadsheet that automatically puts everything in. We can put it in. Daniel's putting those entries in. Once he's done, we get everything in, and I say it's time to stop. He will hit refresh. Not only will it automatically randomize, at the bottom it will give the name of a winner. So we will announce the winner at 8:45. We will stop entries at 8:30. And Adriana, you have to let me know, do you have anything in particular that you are looking for the giveaway? I know I'm perfectly happy giving something. You just got to let me know. You know my email and all my information. Now, I'll tell you the thing about this little book. It probably has the sweetest, long-lasting finish of all 4. It has the sweetest finish. I wouldn't say that it's longer than the kitchen table. The kitchen table is thicker, right? It's very more like sap in the fall, not quite cold enough to stop it, but it's slow. This is sweeter though. The sweeter on this is definitely like sweeter for sure. And that's got to be the Canadian maple. But you get that big rye note, right? You get that little floral. But you know, the one thing, so I will say this for Adriana, because I know she cares. The thing that this little book 2018-02 does, which is no simple task, it completely and 100% honestly removes any mint notes that could be there. And I think it's because they use the Canadian whiskey. Yeah. Well, you know, we talked. My dad was mildly there. Alex, is that what you donated? Because if it is, it's like, okay, yeah. Daniel will get that put in there. Yep. Thanks, Dan. This little book, Adriana, this little book might be like, it's in your wheelhouse. It's like, it's interesting. It's really interesting. I can't even. There's no mint note. I can tell you that for sure. There's no mint note. Hey, Adriana, on your Alzheimer's fundraiser live stream, is there a way to directly donate? And are you also going to have participants jump in? Is it going to be you with just people in the chat? Or are you going to actually open it up to maybe one-on-one sessions? What's your plans with that? Yeah, the mint notes are gone on this for sure. What's up, Doug H? Cheers, buddy. Going through the last of my first round of bookers. Even though Little Book is not technically bookers, it's close enough because it has part of bookers in the wording. But yeah, it's an interesting blend. Would I pick it above these other three? No. But I know why you would. If you're not a high proof guy or gal that doesn't like that big, huge aromatics, high pitch, wasabi, stuff, this is in your wheelhouse. Listen, this is a really good. I'm so impressed by this. I haven't had this, and I don't even remember how long it's been since I had all this stuff. Years, probably 2019, and this is 2018. I know I didn't do anything right away, but so Anthony is in for another 2 entries. Daniel, if you did not get it, Anthony is in for 2 more entries. Daniel, also Sugar Kitty is in for 2 entries. Please make sure that when you throw that in there, just put Daniel. It'll highlight it and he'll see it in the live feed. You guys are all aware of how that works. It's happening. I can see it like on my phone's doing stuff. My watch is doing stuff. Thankfully, my watch is communicating. So let me go over here. I'll jump over to this. And go over here to PayPal. Just to double check while I'm like taking around with this. It's updating. Oh, I would love to do that, Adriana. I mean, you and I have talked, and that's something that's like really, really close to me as well. I would definitely do that. You didn't fill up the chat. Hey, listen, we're in this community together. That's irrelevant. But we got 5 minutes left. Every $5 entered. If you donate to PayPal or to Venmo, just simply put in the chat how many entries you did to which account. And Daniel can add it into the spreadsheet. So what's on the line? A whole bunch of Booker samples, like a lot. It's going to take you a while to get through it. Women in Whiskey's community is going. Is Michelle in here? Did I miss Michelle? Daniel H. Sugar Kitty put 10 via PayPal. Daniel, did you get Sugar Kitty? I know I did. I think that this, I'm telling you what, this is really good. This is a combination of a really decently proofed now, Cheech, you're good. Don't worry about it. Drop whatever you got to drop. Man, this is a decently approved Canadian whiskey that gets spiced up. This is like a really good blend, right? Because they took Canadian whiskey and they spiced it up with proof. And even though the proof is only like 119, it feels like it's proofed up because of the rye, right? I think that's the thing, right? It's such an interesting blend. Oh yeah, without a doubt. This is a hitter. This could be a Maduro. This could be a Maduro smoker at 119, which is surprising, right? Because you wouldn't really throw a 119 rye on it, but the maple blend from the Canadian knocks it to the point you could literally do this with a Maduro. I would say you could do this with a double Maduro. I don't think there's any question about it. I want to see the Michter's toasted barrel strength rye. That's what I want. If you're asking me. Adriana Cristina Rodriguez. I'm telling you what, it's always better if I've been sipping. If I try to do that when I'm not sipping, it's like blah, blah, blah. So. Daniel, how many total entries do you have? I've been writing down total entries, not necessarily people. She's going down. Well, you better. I'll tell you what. The only way she's going down, Adam, is if someone put something in there besides Knob Creek. That wasn't an option. But, well, that's what I wanted. You said, what do you want? And then you gave options. I didn't realize I couldn't add an option. Sorry. Sorry, Dr. Rodriguez. Man. God. All right. I got a minute to rank these. And I've been writing them down, so I know what they are. 1, 2, 3, 4, and there's some like bias to that ranking, kind of, just for me personally. All right, Daniel, it's 8:30. It's all over, right? No more entries. Entries are done. What I was told that we have to do is that with the entries that are in there, what we have to do at this point is just simply refresh the page. So let me go in here and I'll look at it with you. Make sure I don't drop my Glens. All right, so I'm not sure if I jump off here, if it'll do something. So it probably will. So I'll let Daniel just handle this. So yeah, Daniel, what he said is nothing more than to go through there. Once all the entries are in there and all that stuff, you should be able to refresh the page. To refresh the page, we'll put all the people down. At the bottom, the randomized number will generate a winner, and that will be the winner. Can I drop 4 in real quick? Well, it's still 8:30 on my thing, so Daniel, don't randomize it. John T is going to drop 4 real quick. I will drop 4 right now because it says, if I win, donate to the cause. You can get them to me anyhow. Yeah, John, do it. So if I win, donate to the cause. You can get them to me anyhow. That's true. So Alex, we'll figure it out. So, but everything, the samples are, like a sample of all of them. So if you don't have all these, and I'm pretty sure you don't, they're worth having. They're definitely worth having. And it's not these 4 tonight. It's the entire collection at the end of it all, right? At the end of all, when I've gone through it, I'll spend the week afterwards doing nothing more than just pouring samples and shipping. So John T should have been the last 4 entries. Once you get those in there, Adriana, look at you talking all big sentence. Man, so of these, right? So this is my ranking. Number 4, only because, I'll preface this, the little book Simple Task was my number 4. But the only reason it was my number 4 is it wasn't as predominant of a finish that I like mixed with proof. I thought the Canadian maple brought it down so much that even though it's 119, it did not taste and feel 119 to me. It felt more of like a 101. I felt like in Wild Turkey 101 was stronger. However, it was really good. So if you're working on trying to figure out where you can start jumping into proofs, but you still like the taste and all that stuff, Little Book number 2 of 2018 might be in your wheelhouse, but I would not pay some super inflated price for it just because I don't really enjoy that. I don't buy markups for the most part. I'm not saying I haven't ever got some. I don't do super inflated prices. Number 3 for me, which was a shocker, I was completely like blown away, is 2016-04 Bluegill Creek. It is, if anybody's ever chatted me and there's things and other stuff, everybody's like, what's my favorite Bookers ever? It's 2016-04. And she's a Bookers of loving little person. So 2016-04 came in 3. And my number 1, 2018-04 Kitchen Table, by far. So it was so enjoyable on all parts of my palate, from the entry point of the sweetness to the mid palate with the chocolate, savory, wasabi spice note that went through to an apricot with heavy cocoa. It was so good. I mean, like, it's a mid palate spicy sweetness that is just like shockingly good. Which made number two, my 2018-03 Kentucky Chew, which had a really floral rose petal note with peanut butter and orange zest that turned into a peppered caramel corn that had like some aromatics that went through some strenuicies that might be towards like a black tea to a sealant and all that stuff. It gives a weird note that's not synonymous with what you would expect in a Kentucky bourbon. So this week, 2018-04 Kitchen Table was the winner. So it will go into the finals versus the next groupings, this is a big hitter group between Bluegill, Kentucky Chew, and Kitchen Table, and Simple Task. That's a big grouping. It'll be interesting to see what will come up with the groupings after this. I'm pretty surprised. I really did not. Did Zach jump in here? That's what happens when I'm. So the groupings were determined by my Patreon. I reached out to my Patreon. I gave them a poll and said, hey, how would you like me to group these? Would you like me to group them by years? Newest to oldest, oldest to new, whatever. I gave them a big sampling. And they came to me and said, hey, I would really like to have you go from your oldest and work your way up, right? And that's how it came to be. There are more little books on my list. There's one more little book in my list, right? So there's one more little book that will be coming up It is Lessons Honored, Chapter 4 of 2020. So that will come up down the road when I get into that grouping. So yeah, so that's what it'll be. Lessons Honored. So having said that, I'm going to have a celebration pour of the winner, because by the time I'm done giving out all the samples, I'm pretty sure most of my booklers will be gone. And I'm perfectly happy with that, because it's all about sharing, right? Sharing with people, helping them to have the experience, teaching them about the experience. Why do you like what you like? You know what, Adriana, I will tell you this. If you win one of the flights that has a little book, I will send you a little Glencairn to match your little book. Thanks, Marty. There is nothing that would make Adriana happier than getting a little Glen with a little book. That way she can do a little Glen book. So putting the caps back on. I got a lot of that to share. Man, that kitchen table is just freaking, it is on point. And if you go back and look at it, when it first came out, people were like pretty going off about it. They're like, hey, the kitchen table, you know. I remember. I know you did. We Karens, i.e. We Karens, i.e. You know, you don't want me to get, what's going on? Imagine a little book and an itty bitty Glen. You know what? It's funny. Have you ever seen the miniature Blanton's bottles? Like the little bitty Blanton's bottles? You can put like little horses. They're like mini horses. It's like if you go to the fair, right? And they got those little mini horses. Adriana, I think you are the same height as my youngest daughter. And she is well on her way to possibly pursuing her doctorate. We'll see. We'll see what that road journey is, whether she pursues past or not. So the oldest bookers that will be in this actually didn't make it tonight. It's a 2015 Off Your Rocker. I just forgot. No, she's not in middle school. She's in college. So the thing you will appreciate, though, she graduated high school at a 4.0 in high school and college with 63 credit hours. She kind of thinks she's a big deal. I still got a higher ACT, and I didn't go to college. But times were different back then. Back then we had abacus, and we used our fingers and all kinds of stuff. Now she's brilliant, super focused, super smart, deals with pediatrics, loves it. I would really love to see her pursue her doctorate in pediatrics, but you know, it's her life. She's got to do what she's got to do. So let me go in here and I'm going to open it up. So from now until 9 o'clock, it is an open mic. Daniel's working on the winner, and I told him that we would probably have the winner out. Oh, you have the winner now? We'll share that. You can go ahead and share it. I'm still going to open mic it. Control V and chat. So anybody that wants to jump in, I put the link in StreamYard. We'll open mic and from now until 9. I'm looking. Daniel said he has the winner. And the winner is, I'm not a drummer. Not at all. Not a drummer. If it required me to like throw a baseball or football, I'd be in. Or drink bourbon, which I can do. So open mic. It's in there. The winner is, oh my God, Adriana won? No. Adriana is the winner. Cheech was doing the drum roll. Adriana, you won. Holy sausages. That is amazing. Bourbon time. We can redraw. No. I mean, you know what? Yeah, you really won. You like literally won. So we already had it all automatically randomized through a spreadsheet. So that once all the entries in there and it automatically refreshed to the number I chose. And that number came up with an automatic number and a name, and the name publishes at the bottom of it. So Dr. Adriana Cristina Rodriguez, and like 3 other different names is the winner. Congratulations, Adriana. But don't think you can't enter again, because guess what? You could end up winning 4 samples of all of it, which you could literally just pour in a whole bunch of like stuff. Well, you're welcome. And thanks to Zach Andrews' Google Docs. Yeah, congratulations, Adriana. Congratulations to you. I'm so excited because I know you're like a big Bookers fan. I had absolutely nothing to do with it. Daniel H runs it. Zach created it. I just told him, make sure that it randomizes. I don't want it to be sequential. It has to randomize. And at the end, I want it to just publish the winner. So congratulations. If anybody wants to jump in for like the next 16 minutes, jump in the open mic. The link is in the bottom. I will repost it because I know how to do fancy Control-V things in chat. And if anybody wants to jump in, if Zach's in here, jump in here, Zach, so we can see your nasty long hair underneath your hat. If anybody wants to talk to me about what's going on with the Bourbon Battalion, there's so much more going on than just the YouTube channel. So I thought Zach was in here at one point. Let's see, it's 8:45. I don't think Schlanger might have made it. I know he was flying back to Louisiana. So new comments. Why isn't it just automatically scrolling? Why is it got to be like that? Buying a mini Glen to celebrate. Yeah, that's a heck of a drawing win. So I'll tell you this, what it's going to have 2016-04. There's actually a 2015 that's going to be in it. A 2018-03, a 2018-04, 2 little books, a 2018-02 and a 2020-04. You're going to have 2021, all of 2020, all of 2019. 2 of the 2018s, it's a lot. Yeah, Marty, jump in here. I'm actually paying attention to my backstage, which the last time I did not do with Zach. So, Adriana, just so you know, I will ship out all samples at the end of the Booker's Humps, right? So I already have your information. You're welcome. But I got to get through all of them so I can get all the entries. And what I want to do is I just want to, when I go through and pour that many samples and I dedicate a day, I just want to dedicate one day to all of the samples. It's going to take me like forever. And at the end of it, I probably will have at least, a couple ounces left to hold on to. What's up, Clint Hickey? Glad you could jump in. You'll have to hit me up later. So I'm done with the giveaway for tonight. So let me change my banner. I'm going to change it to my Patreons. So I want to shout out to all my Patreons who I really appreciate. At Bourbon Neophyte, shipping is $20. Oh, hey, I got some people in here. Like I got Zach's in here. Moose is in here. What's up, you son of a guns?
Not much. I had to come on here to show the new shirt out.
Oh, Whiskey Encore cheat. That's right. Do I have this on the best I could possibly have? There we go. Now I can see that golden locks of fucking Zach streaming out of the back of his hat.
That's right, Mr. Spreadsheets, man. You're welcome.
Hey, dude, that was amazing. Thank you so much.
I randomized the list right before, so everybody, even though everybody's entries came in, I randomized the entire list. I put everybody in a different order, and then it picks a random number from that list. So it's super repeatable. It's actually really easy to use, and
I can use that. I can use that same one for each of the four, right?
Absolutely. Just copy it into copy the sheet.
Yeah. Well, I saw a sheet too. I'll just copy the sheet across.
I was gonna put you like a winners sheet in there, so like you could just show that, like if you wanted to, and then
what I'm gonna do is have you do that, and I'll send you a same. Oh, look at you smoking! I'm in my basement. That's dirty. That's fucking cold.
You want to see your hair?
It matches your hat. Look at that. Look at that base. You know what? Your hair looks like,
there it is.
Oh, man. Your hair looks like you should be pitching somewhere.
Listen, man, I'm a merch whore. So if there's merch involved, I'm pretty much going to buy it.
Yeah.
And my wife goes, "You don't need any more T-shirts. You don't need any more of this." And I said, "Yeah." I don't say anything about us needing any more of these. What are they? That crap everybody goes nuts for. Ray Dunn things, I'm like, I don't say nothing. I'm like, baby, you want to go look for it? You go look for it, okay? I just have cigars and whiskey delivered to the house.
Hey, I'm with you, right? We talked earlier.
Same here. All delivery.
I literally spent so much time.
What time did you leave last night?
Oh, dude, 2:00.
Well, you weren't lying. You told her between 2 and 3, so you were right on the money.
So what I'll talk about, right? So we'll talk about it in here. Zach knows some stuff. Loose Moose probably don't know, but you will, right? And you should. And some of the people in here that are paying attention, right? So Bourbon Battalion is more than a YouTube channel, right? I'm in the middle of launching a Bourbon Battalion whiskey tasting and bourbon experience. I already have my location. I have my building. I just put my bars in. I was going to launch it in July, but after I did some really big digging and figuring out, not only what's the best thing I can do, but what do I have to do? I just secured my lawyer today, and my lawyer today is pursuing my my Class D liquor license. And so I will be doing a complete whiskey tasting bourbon experience, and I can sell whiskey and bourbon.
Oh, wow.
So I won't be selling it retail as in a bottle, but if you came here and you did a tasting experience, you're like, wow, I really like this, I'd really like to have more, then you can buy,
additional pours.
You can buy additional pours.
Good. That gives me somewhere else to go when our borders open.
Not only that, but the front end of the store is a cigar lounge.
Nice.
And what's right next door?
my tattoo parlor, one of the best two guys in the United States for tattoos.
That's awesome. We could drink, smoke cigars, and then make poor decisions later on to the tattoo shop we go.
Yeah, but the poor decisions will be bad, but the tattoos will be awesome because they're both two of the three people there. Well, actually, there's five people, but the father and the son, are both in like every tattoo magazines out there.
Nice.
They win award after award. And, you know, like if you're doing like wildlife, it's this guy. If you're doing like portrait and this, if you're doing color, it's this. And they're just like amazing humans. They're good people. The owner of it and the father is one of my very best favorite friends in the entire universe. I have three that I would count on no matter what I had in my life, no matter how hardcore it was. I needed you no matter what, they would be there. He's one of them.
So basically, they were the ones that knew where the pig farms were.
They also are the ones that have the stuff.
Yeah. Well, most people probably didn't get that reference.
No, I did.
Hey, just remember, take their teeth out first.
Yeah, you know,
they won't dispose of the teeth, right? You don't want to have to go pick that up. So
everybody has like their weird things, right? But for me, it's like, so he's a Marine. He's a multi-generational Marine as well. And when it comes down to talking about things that need to be talking about, me and him talk. So.
Well, I just got to make one comment. Adriana, I came on the show off the new shirt, bring out the Jack Daniels rye single barrel, just for you. Cheers.
Yeah, anything you bring out rye is hurt. I'll tell you right now, though. Did you see what Clint Hickey put in there? Just got to pull the teeth.
I mean, you know, hey, I got two daughters, right? So I mean, I'm sorry, but like,
no, I get you.
Anybody messes with my girls, you know. Then again, you know, my daughter's always carrying a knife, and it does have a serrated edge, so you know she knows to push in and turn.
Hey,
so
my daughters are very, very well equipped. So I'll tell you what, like my youngest daughter literally had, when she went to Ohio State, she had this little gig where she was selling keychains, and she put together keychains. On her keychains was pepper spray. They were really cute and colored. A shank. I mean, it was a multi-tool self-defense, long range, short range, get the hell out, stab people until you could run and scream for help with a horn. And it's so funny, you know. But she sold them all. She sold them all.
You know, my wife got in trouble for in high school because her dad had given her pepper spray, and some idiot sprayed it in the middle of class.
Oh, well, you know, I'll tell you what.
But then again, this is the same woman who got fired from a restaurant in like the first month because she was drinking out of the margarita machine.
Well, you know, hey.
I mean, I picked a winner.
Adriana, I can have Bristol.
I did. I got the better end of that deal. I did a whole lot worse shit. Like if that's all she did, please. Wow, like you know, she never had a speeding ticket. The worst ticket she's ever had is like a parking ticket, and I was like, really?
We can't even speak of the things that I either didn't get or did get caught.
Yeah.
Adriana,
then again, I go ahead.
Yeah, Adriana, you tell me your favorite color, and I'll have her make you a keychain, and I'll send it with this package when it comes, and you'll be incredibly impressed. But, you know, to go along with that, Zach, right, I think the thing that's so funny is, right, you know, like, so being a multi-generational Marine that ended my last 2.5 years with the Marine Corps Infantry with 3rd Battalion, 8th Marines, you know, when you're home, it's your safe haven, right? All the things you know you can't say, all the things you know you can't do, you can literally just belt them out. Now, your family might for a moment think like, oh my God. But they realize I'm just getting it out of my system because no, I can't say this anywhere else, or I'm going to like,
you're going to explode.
Well, no, people around me are going to explode because they don't know how to hear those things. And so, like, it's really funny, right? So my youngest daughter is now 19, and she's like, Dad. And this is like with one of her friends here. She's like, I will never forget the time you told me the way that you would really like to torture someone that did something to one of your daughters. And I was like, instantly in my head, I knew exactly what I remembered. I knew exactly which one of those things I remembered. I knew beyond shadow of a doubt what she, if she was paying attention, I knew what she should say. And she started talking. I was like, "Oh, you're right. That's right." She's like, I literally had nightmares about that. Years. I was like, "What? Did you really see like this trail of syrup when you're pinned to the ground going into your pried open mouth of fire ants?" I was like, "Really? You've seen that?" She's like, "So many times." I was like, "The fire ants, what they do from the inside is, yeah, you're not dying fast."
Oh,
so I literally
that's an old one. That's a classic. That's one. That's one you got.
You know what? I would pin them down and I would run maple syrup from a finance.
Isn't that something? Isn't that something like the Native American Indians did?
I don't know, but that's not. I know that I would do it because I got hit with fire ants in Florida, and I literally got. So me and another guy, I didn't get hit as bad as he did. Lance Corporal Ricks, I'll never forget it. The rest of my life, we were sleeping. We were in Hurricane Andrew relief, right? Hurricane Andrew wiped out Dade County, Florida. We were down there in Tent City. Tent City was us, right? The Marine Corps did that. They took picture of the Army Navy. Those motherfuckers weren't there. They just came for a photo op because they were in like really clean camis. We were a mess. We had been there weeks before they got there. And we had a formation call in the morning. Ricks put his stuff on. About halfway to formation, he fell to the ground and started convulsing. And we went over and we ripped off his stuff. Here he threw on camis real fast to get in formation that were full of fire ants. And I was
wondering if y'all were like in the water or something and you got hit like with a ball of those things, because when it floods, they'll turn into a ball, a mass, and they'll literally float on top, and it's just a mass of fire ants. And it's
they're very similar in the water as otters, right? Otters will do the same thing. They'll all band together and make this big blanket. No, his was in his camis. He just didn't realize it. You know, and the thing is, if you've ever been hit with really hardcore fire ants, you don't know until it's too late.
Yeah, you've got them all over you, and they're all the way up your leg. They're inside your stock.
Up in you, they're juicing you, and you don't know it right away. And I can remember one of the most synonymous things. I had like a couple terrible things that happened in Hurricane Andrew. I had less terrible things happen overseas than I did in Dade County, Florida. I'll say that. My whole entire Marine Corps career, I saw more death there than I did over in Bosnia. But having said that, you know, we went through and I can remember they life flighted, came in to get Ricks, and he made it, but he was bad. And I had to get like 4 penicillin shots. And, you know, penicillin's no fun.
Yeah.
But
it's a Mayo shot.
When we were pulling up tents, right, I had a whole bunch of fire ants fall on my gloves, and I didn't know it. And then I noticed my gloves cinched around my hands, and my hands were actually blowing up the size of my gloves. So, and yeah, I'll never forget it. So that's why I was like, man, I can't think of anything worse than getting hammered by fire ants internally.
But like Sugar Cube just said, the Brazilian bullet ant, which is supposed to be on like the pain scale, is like supposed to be the worst. And there are tribes down there that like stick your hand inside of a glove and it's nothing but full of bullet ants, and you have to like leave it there, and like it's like you're, you know, turning into a man, and because you can't scream, you can't make it.
I could do that if I like chugged all these bottles of
no, dude. I'm screaming like a little girl. Okay.
If I chugged an entire bottle.
Listen, I don't live in the jungle and walk around in my bare feet 24/7. Okay. You know, and kill for every meal. And like, you're a different kind of hardcore when you do that. Right. Then listen, I live in a nice house. I like AC, and I do enjoy my whiskey and my cigars. So. Yeah.
No, I'm not against that. You know, I mean, I just sit there and think like, man, I'm sitting there thinking, like, if bullet ants are that much worse than red ants, I remember how messed up I was. Now, granted, I felt like it was like I felt like I was functioning okay, but like they literally at the time I had my original wedding ring. They had to cut it off with cutters because my hand swelled so fast I was going to lose my finger.
Oh,
that's nuts. Yeah, well, bullet ants are about the size of a wasp.
Oh,
so you know, yeah, and it's not them biting you; it's they actually sting you. They actually have a stinger. So yeah, it's. I know all of this, but, and I know all sorts of random food knowledge and random like animal knowledge, because my kid's in there. He's probably actually watching that guy. Oh no, he's watching Blaze and the Monster Machine. But no, his thing now is like Coyote Peterson, which is like the guy who like stings himself and like gets bit by snapping turtles and stuff. But it's hilarious.
Have you ever seen the big paper tree hornets?
The big paper wasps.
Yeah, they're hornets, right? They're the big, huge, round paper.
Those are actually yellow jackets. What people down here in the South call mud daubers. They're like the little ones. They got the little skinny. No, these look like hornets, but hornets actually live in the ground.
Well, so they're actually technically a wasp, right?
Yeah.
We call them blue hornets, but they're actually blue wasps. They're really like a royal blue.
Oh,
but the royal blue wasps that we have that live in those paper combs, they don't sting you. They bite you.
What?
On the front of their like mouth,
the mandible,
mandibles, right? So I worked at the phone company for years, and so back in the old days, right? Everything was done over copper.
Magnifying sunglasses.
Yeah, magnifying. Hello. 60 millimeter RAM. Like, fuck you, Moose. You fucking Moose, bitch. And but what it was is that they used to be like a long time ago, you'd hear like lead cable. The actual cable was copper, but it was in a lead sheathing. And that lead sheathing would get cracks. And the water would go in there. And back in the old days before plastic, all the copper was just nothing more than separated with paper. So if you take copper with voltage and the paper gets wet, you have shorts everywhere. So the easiest way to figure out where the short was, you figured out a pair that was shorted and you just zapped it as hard as you could with high voltage and it would melt. And when it would melt, it would give you a very clear reading to where that short was at, right? You could read that short and you go out to it and then you know to cut this casing. So in the middle of the night, you get called out. A lot of T1 circuits are going down back when T1s were the fastest thing you could get on the internet. And Russ, one of the old school core guys, the core guys are the guys with the buckets that really cut open the cables to figure out all that stuff, right? He was in the middle going up and he had to negotiate between this tree and this cable, right? He's up there, I guess, and he is an old, leathery, tough dude, just a nice guy, really intelligent, but tough. And he's up there, he's up there and I hear him yelling a couple things and he's cussing like that. And he's like, Rob, because my work name was always Rob, right? He's like, Rob, get me the fuck out of here. So what it was is he could not see to get to the controls to drop the boom down. So I had to go to the down controls to drop the boom. And when I dropped the boom, literally like streaks of blood everywhere off his face. And he was literally covered with these blue wasps, and they were still on his face chewing, like biting. And he wasn't bitching. A tough old dude. He's like explanative. I don't want to say he's like, I'm like, dude. So like I literally had like this spray that wasn't like anything else. It was more of like compressed air. And he just went and just blasted him. And he knew to hold his breath and boom, and then they all left, right? And he was just like a mess. He had big, huge welts everywhere and all that stuff. And I'll never forget, like yellow jackets and all that stuff are one thing, but when he got hit with that blue wasp hornet nest or whatever it's called, blue wasp, they didn't sting him. He had like
biting,
like bites. that were like superimposed.
When I used to do propane, like the large home heating propane tanks, like the torpedo looking tanks,
Yep.
When you would go to crack lid to put your nozzle onto it, usually they'd make nests inside there.
Oh yeah.
So sometimes you go like this and you'd split, it'd be like a volleyball. And it was these black and white, I don't know if you want to call them, I think they're hornets. I think wasps are elongated, hornets are like fatter, kind of like than that. Well, they came out of that thing like friggin', that's the first time I've ever ran besides running the law. And yeah, they were all running around me, right? So I jump in my bulk truck and I'm just sitting there like, holy shit, they're flying around me, right? Next thing you know, I feel just this buzzing. I'm like, oh shit, what? Right in my Carhartts, my pants.
Oh,
right beside my freaking special places. Just buzzing away. Thank God for Carhartts, that material. He couldn't stay through it, but he was caught there. But then I waited a while. Actually, I got him out, but because I didn't, well, as much as I didn't enjoy the buzzing, but anyhow,
you like the buzzing, but not the stinging.
Yeah. You're too close.
Call me again. Call me again.
Yeah. Go back to the nest.
I'm not answering.
Come on. But then when I went outside, well, actually, I drove away, went to the next tank, and I figured, okay, I'll come back to this one. You know, they'd be those buggers remember you, man. I pulled back in there again. I didn't even go to the tank. I jumped on my truck, and they started dive bombing me again. Like they were just flying around waiting.
Now, were those yellow jackets? Because yellow jackets will do that.
Well, no, they were black and white, like white. They're black, but with white
black and white. Black and whites, yeah. So it was really weird. Like when we went in the phone company, so like if you ever drive around, like this is still modern day, right? If you drive around, you see like telephone cables. Every now and then you'll see something that looks like this, like U-shaped thing that comes over. You open it up and you get to the cable, right? It's just an opening to be able to troubleshoot cable, right? We call them boots, but I'm sure there's like terms for everywhere you go, right? We call them boots. But, you know, you came into like crazy shit. Like you knew, like based on where you're at, like if you're in the middle of a field, you're like, oh no, there's going to be, if you're next to like trees, it's something else. If you're somewhere, you knew depending on where you were that there was a legitimate chance. You know, the most terrifying thing that ever happened to me out of a boot in the air is it's because it's startling, right? You have to think about this for startling. Not scary, it just startles you. I opened a boot is the rubber one, right? There's a rubber one you open up, but there's also a thing that you screw open. It's called a gatum. And that gatum is just, you know, like some fancy term for a terminal enclosure. It was a boot, so it was a rubber one. And I saw a whole bunch of chew on it. And I knew that chew meant like X. But I was like, well, you know, that happens a lot. So I went up there. I'm 30 feet in the air. I'm belted in. I'm not in a boom. I'm literally a climber. I'm not like boom. And I'm up like this, and I open it up, and boom, get hit with 4 baby squirrels instantly in my face, running around, and they launch. They literally are like, what? You know, like they literally like, you're like, and you're just like, oh my God, what just happened? There's nothing scary about it, but they startle you so bad.
Yeah. Well,
between squirrels, how many times have you ever went, like you worked in propane, how many times did you get mice?
Oh, mice. Spiders.
Fucking mice.
Spiders that like they were underneath the regulator of the tank.
Yeah.
You seen sheddings, and then next thing you know, you screw on your nozzle, this big fucker comes like this, saying he's standing up on it. You son of a like. And
he's not this size. He's this.
No, he has because he's been living on that tank.
I saw arachnophobia. I know what you're talking about.
Yeah,
but you know, it's so weird. Like I can tell you now, when we used to go to the gas stations, so this is really synonymous with what Alex is saying, right? So he was propane, but you know, you also have like the streamline gas, like for Columbia Gas or whatever you have. So you'd go to these little stations, right? Because they're regulating the gas, so they have this old analog equipment they're to do, right? So in Ohio, you knew if you were going to a cell site or a gas pumping station in the middle of fucking nowhere that was super moist, super damp, and super dark. In Ohio, you knew for sure what it was going to be. You had your fucking headpiece on, your flashlights, you're walking in there at night.
Yeah.
Where is that brown recluse? Because you know that son of a bitch is in there.
I'm
You
not
know,
a
in
spider
Ohio,
fan.
that's the biggest spider, the most dangerous spider that doesn't look like anything.
Yeah.
It doesn't look like anything. And
Well,
you know,
that's why you don't kill your wolf spiders.
No.
The big ones that, like, if you see the mom, it's got all the babies on its back.
Yeah.
Don't kill those guys, because those guys are the ones that actually go and eat all your black widows, go and eat all your brown recluses. Those are the good guys.
Well, I
They're
didn't know they were
humongous.
Black Widows. Oh.
Yeah, well, because we have more black widows and stuff down here than brown recluses. We have them, but yeah, I mean, we get all. I see black widows all the time. But yeah, like, you know, I told everybody, like, don't kill those guys, because those are your friends.
Yeah.
Well, I
They're
was sitting here at the
territorial,
house.
too, those
I was at the house, and we have one of those. What's it called? It's a certain centipede, but it's not technically a centipede.
It's a millipede.
No. There's a house dwelling centipede, right? That all it does is it eats basically all the bad bugs in your house.
Or like dust mites and all that kind of shit.
Everything that you don't want in your house, it eats. And it looks creepy as fuck, but it really is like completely harmless, right? To us, and we might get like a little red dot if we get the poison from the front end or the back end. And but it looks shady, right? Especially to a guy that has like one son and 3 daughters and a wife. And it was running across the floor, and they're like, ah! I was like, if you touch it, I will punch you right in the face. I swear to God, don't you touch that guy.
Yeah.
I said, he's the one making sure that you don't get bit by every other thing in the house.
Yeah.
Let him go.
When I was in Nashville, like, we don't get cockroaches like people see, like
the big wood ones. Yeah, I got freaking pine trees all out here. Trust me, I know about them sons of bitches.
Well, we were in a hotel, so we were down there. We were playing hockey in Nashville. We went and played hockey in Kentucky, and then in Memphis, we played. We didn't play hockey there. We just went and this hotel we stayed at, man, like, it was weird. Even at the front desk, they said, at night, if you hear things, don't worry about it. Just the cockroaches. All you have to do is turn the lights on, and they'll scurry. But
yeah,
holy, one guy, one of our biggest guys on the team, man, you just heard him just scream. Like they were in the bed, like crawling across. It's like, oh, he just like the highest pitch scream. Like he said, they're just crawling across his neck and everything. It's like, holy shit, man.
I can tell you a funny story, and if Mrs. Battalion was down here, if Bridget was down here, she would be like, she'll never forget it, right? So I was at Camp Lejeune, North Carolina in the Marine Corps, and she flew down. So in the military, you know, you have what's called base housing. You also have a base hotel. Basically, it's a $20 a night hotel on base. Worse than like Red Roof Inn, Motel 6.
Yeah.
You know, basically like Bates Motel.
The conjugal visit house.
Yeah, that's all it is.
There you go. Yeah.
So I literally stayed out with her on the weekend. We're at the base hotel. In the middle of the night, I start like flipping around, and like I was like, there's fucking bugs everywhere. And she thinks I'm dreaming. And she's like, Bobby, wake up. I was like, I am awake. I'm literally covered in fucking bugs. She's like, you're dreaming. I was like, turn on the lights. Hundreds of cockroaches on the bed. And she was like, whoa! Like the whole entire hotel woke up because she let out, like, there was no Texas Chainsaw Massacre scream ever in your life that equaled what my wife let out. Because she was just like, I mean, like, if you took Godzilla, King Kong, and fucking like Elvira and mixed them, it was that.
Just that throwing that last Elvira there.
I mean, I guess that makes her hot. That's what he's trying to say, right? Because, you know, I mean,
my wife, I ain't gonna lie, my wife.
Just like,
I'm just saying, we don't throw the Elvira in except for she's a blonde.
Yeah. There's a Godzilla and then Elvira. Over.
There was King Kong in there too. Damn it!
Oh, King Kong. There you go. There you go.
You had the high pitch of Godzilla, the depth of King Kong, and like a rack. So
I'm sorry, man. Like bugs can stay where they're gonna stay, but stay off me, man. That's all I gotta say.
Yeah.
Do your thing.
We were just like, yeah, no, we're out. Check out.
See, at least cockroaches on the other scale, on a positive note of cockroaches.
Yeah, they're not. Bad.
You're not. Well, compare them to bed bugs. You're not taking them back to your house and infesting your goddamn house. You know. Like,
I went golfing this weekend with my son, and I came home and had a tick. I'm not going to get that with a cockroach. No. It's not going to try to bury its head into my skin. So I'm good.
We get ticks pretty bad up here.
Yeah, we do too.
After I get off my dog sled, all my dogs have ticks and everything.
So Clint Hickey wants to know what everybody is drinking.
I'm still on my single barrel JD rye.
I'm out. So what are we pouring? Zach, do you have a Stag Junior? I have a brand new Stag Junior. I need to crack.
Actually, I do have a Stag Junior. I've got
hold on, wait. I have some Scotch samples.
I got Canadian Stag Junior. I'm just kidding.
I got a look. I have
some JP Weisers.
How about
Crown Royal Peach? Crown Royal Peach.
Hey Zach, how about a Springbank 12-year cash strength?
Which one? Is that the 56.2 or is it the 56.5?
56.5.
I've got the. You already drank the 57.1, huh? I thought he sent you 57.1.
Yeah. I'll pour that one if you can see it. I don't know if you can see it or not.
Was that the Dickel? Oh, Redemption.
Is that the 10? That's the 9-year. I have Redemption.
I can't get the 10 up here.
Oh, I can get the Redemption.
I mean, I'll pour some Springbank with you. I mean,
let's do the Springbank.
Okay.
The Gunny don't like it, but I do. The Gunny.
Why didn't he like it? Was it too much too fast? We've had this conversation
the Gunny
before.
Is not a Scotch guy at all. He just is really not into.
Man,
but I'm completely open to a palate exploration, and I actually really liked it. So like, I have this much left, and I'm going to pour it all. I'll pour it all. 2017.
That is the 2017 version. That's I think that one got better as it got opened. And I think I got a top. I think my sample came as a top of a bottle. I got it from a different friend of ours.
I'm gonna
of Daniel and ours. But give me a second. I'll go grab a Springbank.
Alex, I'm gonna hit the head real quick. Don't go anywhere because I am not going anywhere. I'm gonna stay on here till live wire just because. But I don't need to pull out the base anymore and actually piss myself because I have done that.
I just don't take the camera with
when
you.
I was Marine Corps hard, I was like, yeah, I'm not leaving my stream. These guys are my dope. And I was like, my wife's like, what happened to you? I was like, I spilled something. She's like, that's nasty. I was like, you have no idea.
You have no idea. That's that we don't speak of.
Just found my first bottle of Henry McKenna tonight. It is delicious. Clint, you're not supposed to be drinking, my brother. What are you doing? You got another week or so, right? Gosh, Clint. If you're going to have Henry McKenna and you're going to drink, you need to do it with me. I have Henry McKenna here. I'll drink it with you.
I'm trying to get
that. Now that you're with Alex.
Yeah. Before he pisses himself. Hits the head.
That happens to those old guys.
Yeah, it's called mild seepage.
Oh, that's what I forgot. Son of a bitch.
Once I hit 44, you gotta just take it on and say, oh, yeah, okay.
I don't know how. I mean, I get it. I guess I get it. Somebody who. I don't know if I would give somebody Springbank somebody that didn't drink Scotch. Springbank's fantastic. Now somebody like you're trying to ease them into Scotch. If you're gonna do that and ease them into Campbelltown, I would definitely go like Glen Scotia double cast. That's I think a better option. The peat on that one's a little the funk is toned down. It's a little softer.
Yeah.
These cash strength 12-year-olds are phenomenal though.
Like, see, like when I first got into peat, I also bought like Bowmore 12. But I also I'm one of those guys that just kind of jump right in. So when I did Bowmore 12, then I jumped in. I've got like Octomore 11.1. Like, just go full foot, and then I got.
But that's the misnomer. Everybody goes Octomore so peated. It's peated on the nose.
Yeah, it's.
But then you take a sip of it. And then you take a sip of it, it's not so much peated on the palate.
Yeah.
So there are.
Sorry, I can still hear you. I just got my cabinet.
Yeah. You know, I mean, what is the ppm on that? Isn't it like something like crazy? Isn't it like 200 plus or something?
11.1 is only, I think, 1 something here.
All right. How much did you hold on? Who jumped in here? Oh, that's Loose Moose. You got that port? So let me see if I can.
It's ppm 139.
Oh, it's lower.
Splash gun is really.
It's not like.
So is that close? Is that close?
Yes, sir. Oh, it's just wonderful, man. It's all.
I'm telling you what. You want to know something you can do for me, Zach?
It's got the funky nose.
Here's some good shit for you.
I'll tell you what I'm excited about.
Okay.
Kilkerman.
Which
8-year-old podcast?
Ooh, is that 100% port? Is that all port matured?
Well,
it only says if it only says port, it's all port.
Yeah, it says old port cast. That's all it says.
An old port cast, because that looks and that's got a yeah. Oh, Kilhoman is up there on the peat scale, but they're also generally younger. Yeah. Holy shit! You've got the fucking Rock Island.
Yeah, the sherry edition.
Man, lucky man, because I can't find Rock Island. That's one of the Douglas Lang products that we cannot find.
So Alex, what do we need to be like swapping?
Not spit. What can't you? So
listen, you're not that far from the border for me.
Why?
Have passport will travel.
Where are you?
Ohio.
Holy potatoes! Oh, that's Idaho.
The only thing we have separating us is Lake Erie. Literally have Lake Erie. That's it.
Yeah. See, I'm right like kissing Minnesota right here, like literally too close to them. But well, I'm so close. I get their accent.
Man, I didn't want to say it, but I was thinking it.
I can't help it. I can't help it. Minnesota.
Yes, sir.
Minnesota.
That Springbank, right, has a really, really. Oh, got it. I'm going to pull it out in a second.
It's like funk. It's funk.
But you know, I can tell you exactly what it is. You just got to give me a second, because so Alex is new to me, right? You're not as new. You're kind of new, but the guys that aren't new to me know that like I am a smoker. Like I smoke shit. This is a very peculiar smoke that I know. I'm really familiar with this smoke.
This smoke profile is indicative of all of Campbelltown.
Well, I'm just talking like you're talking about things I don't know.
Oh, I know. I'm giving you info. I'm saying like that kind of that general that funkiness, that smoky kind of sweet.
If you were to have like I'll tell you what this is one of the things that I pride myself on. I try to pride myself on like a true note. It doesn't mean that it makes sense. It's just a note that I say, hey, this is what it smells like. This smells like, have you ever been to a Major League Baseball game?
Yeah.
This smells like stadium mustard on a hickory barrel.
Like
think of a hickory smoke with stadium mustard.
I'm trying to see where that is on the spiral of flavors and notes. But,
Hey, I don't have to. You know what? The thing that's awesome, Alex,
But
No,
but
your notes are not wrong.
No,
They're
I
what
know.
you identify with, right? And that's what I pride myself in. Like I know hickory smoke for sure. The only thing I would say, if I took hickory smoke and blended that with pecan smoke with stadium mustard, that's what that smells like to me.
so we need the stadium mustard now in hot dog water. Just kidding.
Yeah.
It'll be all good.
No, but I'm saying like there's if you take hickory, so like, but
Yeah, I know.
see, but hold on. If you nose the glass up here at the top rather than here at the bottom,
yeah.
do you get more sweetness, like a fruity, like tropical fruit?
If I go to the so like if I'm smelling like so I'll say this right. If you enter here, it's
Yeah, at the bottom.
This is the hickory spicy mustard. If I
Yep.
go up here, it's not.
You're going to be at a point right now that smoke is going to be almost null and void to a sense.
At the very bottom, so like Zach's onto something, right? This is like
Yeah.
and this is what I so enjoy about this
Yep.
is that we can learn so much from each other.
Yeah.
So like I know the things I know, right? I know when you talk about smelling, there's four prevalent things to think of. Your very first smell should be come to your chin, raise to your top lip, and smell the aromatics.
Yep.
Get your olfactory ready. Come into the bottom of your nose, come to your right, come to your left, and explore that. I've never, ever, ever had someone tell me go to the top of your rim.
Yeah. I
But
have
it was really different. It was very sweet. It was very fruit.
Yeah, to me, it's like the heavier. Clint, Spaceside's fantastic, but the thing about Spaceside is it's not one thing.
Yeah.
Anyway, my nose isn't broken.
See, I have a on one side of my face. I have to if I hold this, I'm clear. If I let go of my face, I'm stuffed up. So it's always like wondering what I'm missing. Yeah. But
You know
like
what,
with
Daniel?
cigars, I have that same thing. It's like
Oh yeah.
like I'm missing something. It's like what the fuck? But I love
Like
cigars.
I catch a very honest cigar note on the very if I go to the top.
Yeah, something with like a light wrapper.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Now you know what, and he's saying grapefruit. I'm not saying grapefruit. I'm saying pink grapefruit. Just because he doesn't know anything but peanut butter and dogs. That's all Daniel knows.
That's true.
Peanut
It's all
butter
about the
dogs.
cream. It's all about the creamy Jif.
Creamy Jif and naps midstream.
Should I bring out some Brook-Lottie? No.
Oh,
I shouldn't be
I
drinking
haven't,
it.
you know what's so awesome is I haven't even got so like you know what so like Zach pull that away for a second. I had like this weird note like hit me, and I love exploring. Like Daniel gave me shit one day because I was like, "Are you tasting it?" I was like, "Well, no, I'm not tasting it. I'm like still exploring." I got a weird note that I think made sense to me. I literally at the top of my glass just got a charred. I got a significant charred Nathan's hot dog.
I love these little glasses.
So that is the wheat Karens.
Yeah.
Yeah.
But think of like a really good charred beef hot dog, right?
So to me, I associate that to like your when I say this kind of onshore peats, because I'm not talking about like your island peats, which is your island, which is Talisker and Lechig and and those, but it's the like Highland peat, which is much more meaty and savory, and there's a lot less brine. But then like Clint was talking about Spacesides, then you go all the way up and you look at like a distillery like Old Pulteney, which is a fantastic. The Old Pulteney 12 is a fantastic value bottle. I mean, you can find it for $40, but it's a briny Spaceside because it's right there on the coast.
So it's really salty. Just salty.
Yeah, it's got that kind of saltwater brine note to it.
So where is this? So like, listen, I'm never going to act like I know Scotch, but I know what I like. I know what I like, right? I can tell you the things I know, but what I don't know is, so Springbank, where is that? Where's that?
Springbank is in Campbelltown. So actually, Campbelltown used to be
So where's that at?
It is. It's on the bay. It's southeast, kind of almost to like across the way from Isla.
So is it a saltwater?
I don't see their brine comes from inland.
Yeah.
So you get more like earth and vegetal kind of notes to it. But their distillate is so fruity. Yeah. And like I get like a on the regular 10, I can get like honeydew, kind of a cantaloupe melon, note. I don't get so much more like those sharp fruits, like you said, grapefruit on this. And I do think that this does have that kind of grapefruit note. But to me, that's the sherry cask influence on that particular whiskey that turned it to that grapefruit note.
Yeah.
And but normally I get kind of like a melon, like a somewhere across. It's not as sweet as cantaloupe, but it's probably more closer to like a honeydew.
Could it maybe be like a honeydew or a watermelon with salt? Because I can't get away from a salt note. There's like a salt note.
Okay.
When I was a kid, we only did that with salt, right?
Campbelltown is kind of on the water, but so you may get a small briny note because of where they're maturing it, right? They're on the coast, and actually, Campbelltown used to be the producer, right? Like Speyside is now. The issue was up through Dalwhinnie. That's a I had that. That one can kind of have a sour kind of that. It hits that sour note, and people kind of can have that. It was like the first time I had the Glencadam 10. I got that sour note, and I was like, I don't like this.
I don't drink
and I was like, I'm gonna put this away. I put it away, continued on, came back to it after a while, and I was like, oh, I didn't get this the first time I had it, and I think a lot of people have that same reaction with peat because it is such a strange flavor that it kind of hits you and you kind of go, oh, it's like the first time you give somebody like a straight rye, you know what I mean? Like a really, really spicy rye. They're like, whoa, this isn't me. But then after a while, when they've gotten up in proofs and, they've understanding barrel char and things like that, then they go back to these ryes and they're like, oh, okay. I understand this better now. And I just think it is where you are, and never to discount a whiskey the first time you have it. And just because you bought a bottle, sometimes the first time you open a bottle, it's not great.
But Zach, that's why you have to always go through a second pour, right? I mean, that's where everything's lost. Everything gets lost in the idea of truly doing if you're going to do a bottleneck pour to get to the point of trying to figure out what the master distiller is getting to takes you 30 minutes.
Yeah, but you know what? Sometimes if you took that same pour out of the bottle and you put it in a glass and you set it off in a corner for 3 hours, and you came back to it, you'll be like, wow, this is completely different.
You know how to get to the same thing that fast? There is a way to do that, right? The reason why it takes you 3 hours is you poured it too deep. You poured too much. If you think that it could be something more, pour it less. Pour like a really small pour, and that small pour will evaporate faster.
But
pour it out of that glass. This is a second glass.
And more what I'm talking to a lot of times, Bobby, is like, especially this is especially true with like sherry matured whiskeys. Yeah. They'll have a musty note. They'll have Daniel, man, buddy, yeah, you know what? And it's about to die too. You listen, man, it works, man. It's you hear me better, I hear better. You get less background noise. So you know what, buddy?
I hear you fine.
Go have fun with the dog.
Yeah.
But
so can I ask you a question, Zach?
Yeah, of course.
Because for me, it's like really important, right? Because I'm exploring my palate. Because I don't claim to know anything more than my palate. But like, I'm sitting here like smelling this as it opens up.
Did you put any water on it? Did you try putting water on it?
You know what? And I'm like the biggest guilty party in the world, but I'm an honest party. I am like the honest dude in the world. You will never catch me doing that. I don't care about water. I understand what it does. I know that what it does.
For bourbons, I actually think that there is less impact. But for scotches, it can have a night and day impact.
Well, listen, I can tell you right now, there are certain bourbons that it absolutely does. And I understand what it would be, and I really want to know, do I like this? Listen, I will blend with the best of them. Everybody knows I will not bottle pour anything. I won't throw anything out. I will fix it. But this is turned into a very signature note for me.
Yeah.
And I'm like really on it. I'm like, this is like really like, and it's harder to say because Alex is up north, but you would catch this, right? Because you're in Texas.
Oh, is this
no, it's about the idea that what we say.
What you need balcones? Oh, we're about to go to my favorite subject.
But so realistically, right? If you just take, and I think this is the hardest challenge for people that know what they know, right? Because there's a lot of things about when you're talking about scotches that I don't, and there's a lot of things I know about bourbons that maybe you don't. But the thing is that you have to take out the idea of, okay, open a mind. Make me explore. Make me try to challenge this. And I'm telling you right now, like when you're talking about brine, you're talking about salt, you're talking about all those things, there's a signature note. So if I think of like hickory smoke, and I won't get away from hickory smoke because I know hickory smoke like no other person knows hickory smoke. This is hickory smoke on a cured ham. If you take your Easter dinner, which would be ham, right? Because everybody's so fucking tired from turkey. And you think of like a brined skin on ham. It is such a briny, like ham note. There's like this weird briny ham note. I'm not saying that saying there isn't anything else. Listen, I could say it's like on the nose, I could say it's briny ham with pineapple. And I wouldn't be wrong because I smell pineapple on this briny ham. But I'm trying to get to the base. What is my base? Because if I'm going to blend anything, and anybody knows me knows I'm a blend dude. I want to know how to make something. My base has to be briny ham. I could add this.
What I get with the Rock Island Sherry, because Rock Island
we
Sherry,
don't have that fucking Alex. I know.
But
I will hit you in the moose knuckles with a moose knuckle.
Dude, that's a wonder. So it's a blended Campbelltown.
Yes. Well, this is Orkney, Erin, Isla, and Jura in that bottle.
Oh.
This has 4 different.
Oh, so it's all islands.
Yeah. And so it's a sherry. But the thing is that I get when you taste it, like you got the little bit of your fruits in that. But what I get is like not charcoal, like almost like charcoal, but like off of like a barbecued item. Like when you really charcoal, like burn something on there, and you get that taste. That's what it is. It's like it's not like I took a briquette and ate it, but it's like it has that niceness to it. That's why I keep smelling, because I'm trying to think on the peat side of it. What I get, because my nose is starting to just adapt to it, but it's like I don't know. It's like a smoky fruit.
Like on my very end of this, Zach, I started getting like fruit. I started getting fruit notes on the end of this, like very signature fruit notes that I didn't get earlier.
Did your headset die?
Yeah, it died.
Now you're gonna have to yell at us.
I can hear you fine. Don't yell.
Good thing my webcam has a good mic.
I can hear you like clear.
It kind of picks up everything else at the same time. So
that's why I don't have a headset.
I'm also outside.
You're in the garage, right?
No, I'm on the back
house right now. Oh, you're on the deck.
I'm on the back porch right now. Yeah.
Oh, that's why you're having a cigar.
Yeah, I mean, like here, dude. Here.
I'm about to do what I was looking at daylight. I swear to God,
nice.
Off. It's like the bats are out and Dracula's out.
But see, that's the best time now because the sun doesn't go out till freaking late, and you stay outside.
I'll tell you, Zach, something funny, right? The last time that I was like in this, and someone like you lit a cigar late, I went ahead and did it. And my wife's like, all that smoke came in from outside. And I said, yeah, the window must have been open. Yeah, no, I was literally down here doing it. Because I'm like, dude, I have to have I'm like so bent.
That's a classic.
Yeah.
That right there is a classic. I just wish they would. I wish they would offer that at a cask strength version.
Yeah.
You know how good that would be at a cask strength version?
Yeah. No, for sure. Whatever their cask strength would be, like 55, 50.
So Zach,
but
if you were to take tell me your very favorite scotch that doesn't have enough age in oak. It just needed more.
I can't even think of a scotch that I found yet that has a nice, really lots of oak to it. I like the wood. Like I was started with Woodford, double oak.
Because what I would have liked to do, the reason why I'm saying this, I'd really like, because, and I'm not excluding you, Adam, it's just you can't ship right now. But so me and the Gunny both have 23-year-old forged oak. And it has a very signature note that's incredibly good for blending.
Oh, yeah.
So, but that one, if you think about it, what it takes to get that oaky profile from a straight Scotch is lots and lots of time in an active ex-bourbon barrel.
Right. Yeah. So what you can do is cut half the time.
One that kind of has that really sharp oaky note. Now, I wouldn't say that it's the aged oak, right? Is like the Lefroy quartered cask, the Carchis version, which is the cask strength version.
I got quarter. Well, yeah, I don't get cask strength. But
and
they're quarter cask.
Oh, you want to come here? No, come here, buddy.
I talked to him earlier, right?
Yeah. You want to say hi to Bobby? You talked to him earlier, remember, in the car when we were picking you up?
What's up, buddy? How you doing, buddy?
That's my minion. No.
Yeah, I saw.
All right, little butt. I love you.
I'm gonna metal, right? I want to touch the fire.
No, you can't touch fire, buddy.
You can, but it burns.
Well, no. This is the kid when he was little. He actually touched like the edge of like the little Weber barbecue pit. Like he walked up and went like just like don't touch that. Okay, And so now, and so now he's like, so I can touch fire. It's like, no, man, no, dude, don't do it.
He says good night.
Those.
All right, so I'm gonna do a weird blend because you guys have got me doing this Scotch shit.
So
I'm not gonna lose.
So what scotches do you have?
I don't have very many. Listen, and they're very less.
Very many. It doesn't mean none.
I have this right.
That's good.
Okay. That's
like guy. I'm a Solera guy. I love Solera aged.
That's actually discontinued, so you can't
There you
get that
go.
bottle again.
So
Well,
secondary market now.
They're sitting in my liquor store.
Oh,
Like-
I didn't say that they weren't around. I'm just saying that you know.
So what I'm gonna do, right? So listen, I'll show you my blend. You have to give me a second. I gotta move to show you. I'm gonna blend something because I'm just curious. I'm just like, and I love doing weird shit. I like palette exploration.
So I've heard people refer to in certain. We're always talking because there's a ton of stuff I can't get, but there's like single malt whiskeys in America.
Yeah.
But so we have there's a single malt whiskey distillery in Vancouver Island.
Okay. Okay. So
Shelter Point.
As far, yeah, and I hear that Shelter Point stuff is phenomenal.
Yeah, I have it here. But
Rob from Whiskey and Six loved that stuff.
Yeah.
But no, they're actually in the process of trying to make single malt a legal, like give it a legal definition here in the United States. So majority right now, a single malt only has to be single distillery and majority malted barley.
Exactly.
Not 100%.
Yeah. Okay.
So, but if you take the Balcones single malts, if you take stuff from Texas like Andalusia, then you go up, the West Coast, and you hit stuff like Westland and things like that. They are absolutely 100% malted barley.
So to taste them, do you get that? Like you feel like you're drinking a Scotch? You can't say the term. I don't know. Like I'm just curious because
they're distilled in kind of a Scottish fashion, meaning that it's one distillery, it's all malted barley. Now, when you talk about the stuff from Texas, no, it doesn't taste like anything else because nobody else has that climate.
Yeah,
we can, we have single malts coming out that are fantastic at between 24 and 36 months. There's months. They're not even years. They're months.
Yeah.
They don't even bother to put months.
Yeah.
Years on the label. It's months, right? So, when we see a Balcones that says 48 months, we're like jumping over each other to grab it because those things are fantastic. The aging just happens so fast. Now, conversely, is what they're starting to use because most everybody in kind of America uses is new oak barrels. Yeah. They're really starting to get into all refill barrel releases. So if you think about if you think about like Balcones, if you ever seen a Balcones, they're like dark.
Yeah,
you tell it's oaky, and it's fantastic. And then you get to the refill releases, and you're like, this is the same stuff.
Oh yeah.
And you're like,
that makes sense.
So instead of it being so barrel forward, it's distillate forward.
Yeah.
Right.
Yeah.
So you get these, you get all these fruit notes, and you're like, wow. Now,
what would you, if you were to drink it, would you get a hint of Scotch? Is what I guess. Like you would say, like it's obviously different, but you could say, you know what, like you can understand, like you're pulling it out, right?
Yes, absolutely. So the peated release from the end of 2020. So Balcones just started. Oh, there they are. Wife's home. my healthcare worker is home.
So I just took my Glenfiddich 12 or my Glenfiddich 15 Solera and mixed my Springbank cask strength because I thought it was like too light. It was missing something.
I was waiting for you to put some kind of cask strength bourbon in it or something like that.
No. So I have two more things I'm going to add. I'm going to add this next. If you've never had this, you're missing the boat.
You know what? There's going to be so much stuff I'm going to end up with when that border opens.
I'm telling you right, Hill Rock Solera aged is delicious.
2 bottles at a time I can take over, so we're all good.
But what I'm going to add that too, right behind it, and you can't see the label, is Obtainium Hazmat.
Hey, Bobby.
Yeah.
Daniel's saying to show me what you got in today from Balcones.
I haven't opened my box yet, man.
Oh.
Well, I was down. So
Okay.
Daniel sent me a killer box. And so it's no disrespect. I've just literally spent the whole day down trying to get my Bourbon Battalion experience ready. I have a lot to do. And so I got home, and I'll tell you what, the delivery people were like legit. Not only did my box have it there, they literally had it wrapped in plastic because it was raining, so it wouldn't get wet.
Oh, nice. They care. That's good. Half the time I've seen packages look like they kicked them out. They kicked them out of their truck to your steps.
Yeah, no.
Well, that's better than losing bottles.
Yeah.
Nothing
I'll tell you what, though,
what was it? It was 2 bottles of Kleinlich 19 that I bought at $50 a piece, American, right?
Yeah.
And then what we lost, it was 5 bottles. So it was 3 bottles of Caperdonic 19-year-old, which is a lost distillery. Okay, they bulldozed it down in like 96 or something, and so I sent those up to Indiana from Texas, and then it sat at the UPS in Chicago for like 2 weeks. It didn't go anywhere. We were like, what the heck is going on? Like, something's wrong. They wouldn't tell us. And then the box showed up. Well, the box showed up. It had 1 bottle inside of the broken box. So they put the broken box inside of another box and sent it on. And so I had 4 bottles get lost. And then, per Daniel, we recently lost 2 bottles of the Balcones Maltzilla. If anybody heard about those, which was a cask strength French oak bottling, and holy shit, was it good! And Daniel is the man because he allowed me to keep one of those bottles, even though I lost 2 of them.
Just wait. So Zach, we're being recorded right now, so you don't have to compliment Daniel now because it'll be recorded, and you'll always remember that you complimented him. Just kidding. No.
Hey,
Zach, have you ever blended these?
Glenfiddich 15 Solera. I don't think I have the Solera. I think I have the 18.
Yeah, I'll tell you what, though. The one thing that the Solera, I'm telling you what, that Spring Hill gives it like a little bit of oomph.
I bet it upped the proof because that Solera.
Besides the proof, it added. It's like if you take like this really nice sweet like honey note and throw a little bit of salt in it. Like there's this little dash of salt.
Oh yeah, that is phenomenal.
Made it really good.
Hold on, now I think I may have that one.
That's 50% at least. It's 50.
Yeah. Well, all Kill Holman releases are 50%.
So right now I have the Glenfiddich 15, the Springbank Cask Strength, and I'm going to add this.
I've got like Classic Lottie too and all that.
Listen, Alex, there ain't nothing I love more than blending.
Oh, see, that's the thing though. That would be a first to have a channel that's blending scotches. There may be one out there. I've never seen it.
Well, I do bourbons, but I think the idea is like, so there's no difference, right? If you think of, if it's really simple concept, and I've had people say like, it's not that simple. And I'm like, yeah, it is. It's nothing more than the idea of like, what do you like and what would make it better?
Yeah.
And so like, think of like, pull up your reservoir of information. Hey, if I had this, like, what do you, I think this might like give it this note. I really wish it had this note, or I wish it had this note. Well, you just got to pull from that reservoir of information, right? And so like, I'm going to pour it because I need it to blend. I just think that this is it's going to be interesting. I think it'll still need something, but I'm interested to be what it would be. So now I've gone like a scotch on bourbon.
Yeah, because like if you wanted, there's.
Ooh. Have you ever had like salted sea salt caramel?
Yeah.
Have you ever had a Ghirardelli sea salt caramel chocolate?
So you could have went like Octomores 11.1.
Well, I don't have that much scotch. I'm like literally.
No. But what I'm getting at is these.
Oh.
So
I didn't have the Bear Barley, but I do have a 2007 Isla Barley
nice.
that Whiskey Mystery says was their favorite ever. So
Bear Barley. I got it about a month ago, but these are good.
They're
man.
different.
Like, the body is freaking a good scotch.
Hey, listen, I can tell you right now, what I just blended just turned into Ghirardelli sea salt caramel chocolate.
I can totally see that.
Yeah.
Just literally on the nose, it's exactly what you would expect. If you crack a sea salt blue wrapper Ghirardelli and open it up, you're like, and you crack the chocolate, and you're like, it's this. It's this.
Oh man, I haven't poured one of these in so long.
It tastes like it. Oh my God, I'm getting a cigar. That's it. I got to open up some windows or something, a door or something. Shit's happening.
Yeah, I'm sorry, man.
I wish I could, but no. If I go outside, then I can't use my phone. It works out there, but it just cuts out. And it's been raining all day. It's been this pouring since I came home, so I'm not gonna go in the wet.
Yeah, bad shit's happening. I just got to figure out where all my torches and cutters and shit are.
That's why I have multiple of each.
Yeah.
Well, I do too, but I got to figure out what I brought home and what I didn't. Oh, sweet.
Oh my goodness! Yeah, this is a good. Hey, and you know what, Alex? This is from a Canadian. It's Mr. Paul Stulak.
We actually have Canadian cigars.
Actually, he doesn't live in Canada. Well, actually,
No,
I think he's Canadian. But no, Paul Stulak is Canadian. Yeah.
I have to say, and hate me or not, I will
never hate you. I'm from Ohio, which is like little Canada. We're somewhere between like Texas and Canada.
These are like gold to me. To get these are always like gold, but the whole experience around these cigars, like the draw, feel everything about them. But these are my Perdomos. I love Perdomo cigars. Honest to God,
he's a sharp dressed man too.
I'll tell you what, if you have not had this, you need to expand your freaking knowledge base.
Oh, here, Bobby. Because I'm Canadian and the borders are closed, I'm allowed 50 cigars when I get across. When the border opens, this is interesting. So I am allowed 50 cigars bringing back every trip. Now, if I order cigars, on the other hand, which I've ordered about 8 parcels at 15, 20 cigars a piece. Out of the 8, 1 got hit at the duty and customs. I got
how much was it? Like
$150 on top of my cigars, which turned them into $45, $50 per cigar.
So the benefit of me, right? So the benefit of me is that, like, besides the fact that I will be opening a VIP cigar lounge, I'm also a member of one here locally. That's like a neighboring city, and we don't compete. We make sure we don't compete. He's like, so there's a place called Tobacco Road. And I know that nobody here goes to Ohio, but if you did, in Mansfield, Ohio, there's a guy named Jeff Walls who has no reason in the world to give me any mentorship or any kind of, like, there's no reason to help me. I'm like his neighboring city that has a lot of people that would spend money in his bar or his cigar lounge. And he told me, he said, you're my direct competition, right? And I was like, yeah. He's like,
Paul Stulak, White Blinding Light from like
oh, nice.
2016.
Was that a full body? You figure or no? Yeah.
Medium to full.
Medium.
Just a.
So if you look at the Ramon Alones, right? This is the Ramon Alones, AJ Fernandez. This is their top line. It is freaking amazing. But Alex, Jeff Walls literally sit down with me and mentored me to open my own cigar lounge, which will compete with him.
No, you won't.
Which may,
you will.
I won't compete with him because I'm not. Yeah, I'm not that guy. You know, Zach, you know me. I'm not that guy.
Yeah, y'all are gonna team up to get the entire area to say, hey, we've got two choices. Let's do events that benefit both.
I have difference. So like, there's a lot of people there at his store because I'm a member there, right? I have a locker. I have that kind of stuff there, and they know that I'm the Bourbon Battalion, right? Yeah. I'll tell you what. I'll tell you a funny story. I walked in one night, and I was just over there to pick up a bunch of cigars to take down to the Schwammering. And but when we first started talking at COVID, I said, Jeff, you really probably should think about opening up a lounge back here. And I've been a member of lounges for years, so I'm very familiar with what a cigar lounge should be versus some of the shit you see out there where that's like ass.
Sober mesa. The sober mesa.
And I walked back and I saw some changes had been made. And I literally just jumped back here real quick to say, hey, I'm just jumping in to see what's going on. I talked to Jeff in the beginning about it. And they're like, oh, are you Bourbon Battalion? And I was like, yeah. Hey, I'm having this. What do you think I should drink with it? And I swear to God, I know it's going to sound like racist, biased, or whatever, but it wasn't. It was just honest because as soon as he said what he was smoking, I was instantly like, Uncle Nearest 1845. Because it is what it is.
Yeah.
I mean, and he was like, you're the first person I've ever heard say Uncle Nearest. And I was like, hey, listen, Uncle Nearest 1845 at 100 proof is fucking kick ass for what it is.
Okay. Hey, open your doors up.
The lower proof is not so good, but the 100 proof is on for what it is. I said, and like Alex, you may not know this, but Zach knows this. Yeah. You'll never hear me ever hate something. I will tell you what it should be. If you like this, you will like this. Doesn't mean I like it, but I will tell you, hey, if you're really into this, if you like this note, if you like this flavor, you like this profile, this is your hitter. I just don't think anything's trash. How can you take the time that someone spent their whole life becoming a master distiller and you're going to say what we created was trash? I think that's terrible.
Hey, Bobby, well, 1 second. Is there anybody in the back room? Because Ken.
Fucking Ken.
You want to talk about Scotch? There you go. Scotch coming in.
Oh, fucking.
You don't know Scotch. He only knows $60 cigars.
Ken helped me try to almost get rid of Moderna number 2, but Moderna number 2 just fucked me over, man. How you doing, Ken?
Scotch.
Ken, I'm drinking Scotch tonight.
Yeah,
I know.
Hey, listen, the Booker's was killer though.
My Scotch bat signals heard it.
Yeah, it's like
he even did a blend tonight. He made a blend.
I even blended a bourbon and 2 scotches and a bourbon.
I just saw you put some Bookers in a couple of scotches there.
No. I did this.
Oh. See, I wasn't paying attention. That was the problem.
I took a Full Rock Solera 8. So I blended this with a Glenfiddich 15 Solera.
Yeah, the Solera is good.
And a Springbank Cash Strength. This guy. Hold on.
Is that a 10 cash strength?
No, it's a 12 from
2017 12-year Cash Strength.
Oh, what? God damn. I know, right?
Hey, Ken, it pays to have friends in Texas. Let me just say that.
Exactly. Don't be talking shit about Texas all the time, Ken.
Hey, I don't diss Texas. I fucking like Texas.
I know. I'm just talking shit to make sure they don't send it to you and they send it to me.
So Ken,
I mean,
Texas. Which one is that? Is that
Oh, that's a nice one.
America.
Is that the $400 model, or is that?
That poor
Like,
Charlotte.
No,
heavily
that's
heated.
not the MCO one. This is just the Port Charlotte 10.
It can't.
that's only-
If you want to get Texas
$200
stuff, every
bottle.
time you do a cork pop, you have to go like America.
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 I have to do all of them. I have to do America, Texas, Australia. And we do Australia with the abbreviation like you guys do in America, because you get rid of the A and everything and you just go America. In Australia, we just get rid of the A and the U and the S. Well, the A and the U, and we just start with the S and just go Australia.
Australia.
Yeah, Australia.
Australia.
Well, just don't get too munted, okay?
So you guys understand?
I don't.
So in Canada, our prices are just
It's only
as
10 o'clock in the morning.
sometimes as Australia
Oh, I
for
know.
cigars and whiskey. Except
You know, there's like a serious
Yeah.
chance at 10 o'clock at night, my wife is going to be like, "Are you smoking in the house?" I was like, "No, I'm outside. The window's open in the bathroom."
just Bobby,
Yeah, exactly.
Bobby, blame it on Zach. He's smoking in your
Zach
house.
told me to do it, and he's like my
No,
Patreon.
not
Although Zach's not my Patreon, but he like did Patreon shit for me today.
We're not really confused.
I've
though,
got my
'cause-
cigar meeting tomorrow night, so I'll keep my cigars till then.
Yeah, I
I've got
Woo!
an
Man.
enclave.
Oh,
Oh, that's nice.
Yeah. Might crack that big beast tomorrow.
grab one of those. What are they called? The eggs? Not the egg. Those ones with the great big bulge in the center of them, and it's just. What are they called?
Bellissimo.
That what it is? Ugly looking.
Oh,
one.
Zach.
That's
Oh,
the
I got a conveyor with a shaggy foot, mate.
Bellissimo, the shorter one.
Oh yeah, yeah.
Shaggy foot.
My
Oh, shaggy foot.
Zach,
the
can
back?
you get,
Yeah,
Zach,
back
can you
like
get
that.
these? Can you get these, Zach? The Ramones Alones, AJ Fernandez.
shaggy foot.
I'm sure.
You should.
Okay.
Cuba.
What size is that?
Cuba.
Is that like a Robusto?
This one?
No, this is a Toro. It's a Toro.
Is it?
What's that,
It looks
6
short.
by 50?
No, it's a Toro.
Not
Okay.
yours. I'm looking at
It's
Ken.
it's a Toro that's a 50 gauge.
Gotcha.
It's a smoker. I'm telling you right now, I could take some punk kid that has a fucking like e-cig or a Buell or whatever, and I would literally just nut slap him with my freaking
Yeah,
That's
that's a good looking wrapper.
Oh, fuck yeah, isn't it?
It's that Maduro's got a nice sheen to it.
Oh,
God,
yeah.
man. Gotta love a broadleaf, dude.
Fuck yeah.
Oh, I swear to God, that is like oil, spices, walnut, tar. Like this is like made. This was made to be with that spring. That was
I'm telling you, man.
I want to say Spring Hill because I'm so stupid, but
Spring help the spring bank.
That's like
Spring into
super
action.
smart because I realize
like
I
what
know
Alex
I'm not
has got.
stupid. I don't say it. I say I want to say this, but I don't because I'm
But
too
see,
intelligent to look left.
Dude, what Alex has and what I have, we both have basically unpeated Islas, right?
Zach,
And-
you need to hook me up. So we need to have like an offshoot about the things in the bourbon world,
So,
like
Ken,
the
I was
whiskey,
doing
American
this.
whiskey,
Ken, that's what I'm
We're-
drinking right now.
and we can.
Oh,
do
Bria
some
Bradley?
crazy
Nice.
shit. I can tell you right now, we can do some crazy samples. They are like make you do like you're like, what the fuck did I just have? Because like you know, when you talk about old whiskey, right? When you're talking about like old American whiskey, so there's this like thing, right? A perfect example. If you look at Elijah Craig 94 small batch, Elijah Craig 94 small batch is probably everybody's go-to bar bourbon. It's always fucking good.
Yep.
But technically, it's supposedly Elijah Craig old bottle 12-year, right? They say it's the same. Old bottle Elijah Craig 12 does not taste the same. And me and the gunny have squat bottles upon squat bottles upon squat bottles of shit that they say is the same and it just isn't.
Hey, I forgot my power cord. I'll be right back.
All right. Okay. What's up? What's up, Ken? Oh, dude. So, Ken, I'm actually opening a Bourbon Battalion freaking whiskey tasting experience location business. I got my LLC. I started my limited liability company. I am working on I'm getting ready to do a liquor license so that I can do the tastings, and then anybody wants to stay and do drinks and stuff, they can buy it from me.
There's only one problem.
You're not here.
I'm fucking stuck here. Yeah.
But you won't be
can't get
forever.
out.
You won't be forever. And guess
But
what? You'll never have
Give me
to
a couple of years. I'm gonna be insane by then.
Yeah,
I'm
but
already halfway there.
You won't ever have to pay for lodging because I'm only 2 miles from my location. I have 3 empty bedrooms and a bar in my house.
Yeah.
And 2 decks with 3 fire pits.
That's
Trust
okay.
me.
So that's what we'll
With
do.
lots
That.
of cigars.
Yeah.
And
We'll sit
loads of
back.
cigars.
We'll make it
Literally
international.
loads of cigars.
Bobby, we'll make it international. Ken will come. I'll come. You guys will we'll get somebody who we know from UK come. Now they can stay where
There's
they're.
the talk. So there's a talk, right? Like you guys know what the Schwammering was, right? The Schwammering.
Oh, I know. I was in there. I
You
wasn't
know
a part of
that
it.
there's going to be a Schwammering each year. One of them is here.
Yeah. The schlammering.
Oh, listen. You know the thing that is the most amazing thing, right? And I will say this to you because you guys are both in usually in the Marine Corps, I would come and rescue you guys because you're like hostages. I'm just saying.
Are you calling me a bitch?
No, I'm saying you guys are stuck. You're fucking stuck.
Alex, you
I
can't
was
defend
infantry, so
Oh, there
Yeah,
you
no,
go.
I'm just saying. I'm just
Okay,
saying
so
that
you're
we
calling me
rescue
not
people from stuck situations.
Yeah, Alex, you can't defend
No,
yourself. I
no.
would have to rescue
You know what I mean?
Australian infantry.
You know what I mean?
You calling me a motherfucker?
Okay. Listen, before you guys start talking about fucking Canadian and Australian infantry, I'm United
I
States
was a
Marine.
goddamn Mountie. I rode a horse.
I'm part of the group.
I just loosen up a fucking kangaroo.
I'm part of the people that took the World War II Pacific because nobody wanted it.
No.
No, but
Yeah, but you came in late.
I think
We're already there.
I think that you know what? You just stayed there. So
Dakota Trail, anybody? Dakota Trail, come on.
no, but I think the thing that's really cool, right, is so when you look at that, right, it's the idea of understanding and I mean this with, I hope you understand, I really mean this. I've done so many NATO ops, I've done so many different things.
What?
The any time that anybody voluntarily signs on the line, I don't care what country you are, it's irrelevant to me.
Yeah.
You were willing to pay the ultimate price, whether you had to or not, is irrelevant. The fact that you were willing to, for what you for me, I've been an 11-year world traveler following every continent. The only continent besides the Arctics that I did not make it to because my boss was from the UK and he was an absolute great guy and the biggest douche in the world. He took every fucking Australian trip there was, and none of us could go there because he took them all. And I was like, you know what? No one wants you there. You're the fucking UK. Why would they want you there? You guys used to own them, and you were probably dicks. We're bringing whiskey and cigars, and you're bringing what? I'm
Shrimp.
Winchy complaint.
Shrimp for the
Winchy
barbie.
complaining.
Oh,
Yeah.
you're gonna do
I have been to Canada, and so I love. It's funny. There's certain. The simple truth is, it does not matter where you travel in the world. If you are kind and you are nice, people are nice.
Yes, and that's why in
If
Canada,
you're a
we apologize
dick,
first.
if you're a dick, they're gonna take your bourbon, drink it, and shove it up your ass.
Hey, you know what I teach? I always taught my son, even though he doesn't live with me anymore, but still, it's a sorrowful moment. But anyhow, is that positive out is positive in. So somebody, you say good morning to somebody, usually well, unless you're in New York, they don't tell you to fuck off. But I'm saying New York isn't just a joke. But no, usually the response, right? You say good morning to someone, they could just nod their head at you, but it's still not a negative response back.
No, I think the thing
is, what's good about it?
Listen, I think the thing that you have to be aware of, you have to, if you're literally a person of the earth, you know, I feel as though I can say this confidently. I did it for 11 years. I think the things that I learned from being from the Midwest Ohio, right, where everybody is for the most part predominantly nice. You know, you can look at celebrity upon celebrity that's been broke down in the Midwestern Ohio, and they'll say, like, I was so stunned how many people stopped home. Because where I'm at, you don't lock your doors. Everybody waves. Everybody's nice. Now, you always are going to have some dick that's not nice, but the majority are. And when you travel, and I've been on I swear to God, you have no idea how much I've traveled. It's like so much. And in it, if you go with a simple understanding that be kind, you don't know anybody's situation, you don't have the right to judge, but you have to judge in the idea that you're being aware of, do I feel safe or not? That's not judging the character of the person, it's judging the character of my situation. And if you go into that thing and you're always confident, keep your eyes up, pay attention, because nobody's going to ever go at somebody that's paying attention. I literally been a fat white dude before I lost this weight. I was a fat white dude that screamed American cheeseburgers and pizza, walking in the streets of Pakistan as a military guy with Marine Corps tattoos. And never had a problem.
Are you judging me? Just kidding.
No, because you're Canada. You guys are nice nice. Except for
we're like brothers here. We got
French
Texas,
Canada is like France, right?
Canada and Australia.
But the thing is, like France, right? Everybody.
Texas is basically its own country, right?
Yeah. Well, you know when you go to France.
Whole world.
Have you guys been to France?
I've been to full France. I've been to Quebec.
Yeah. So, like, you know what you get, though, right? Like, someone asked me, is like, what do you think of France? I was like, listen, everybody is a dick. But, you know, they're consistent. I can live with consistency.
That's true.
In Canada,
if Quebec, you don't like me because I'm American, I literally I tell you what, the funniest situation, right? And listen, don't drink, Ken, because you're going to, like, fucking blow shit out your nose, because you'll understand this. I was in Marseille. And I went to a restaurant, and I went to go get served, and they looked past me, and they finally came over, and I was like, I always take the time to understand, like, the basics. No parlez-vous français, like, just enough to say, hey, listen, I don't speak your language. Will you help me? And so I went to, like, do that. I went to get, like, I was at a little coffee place. I wanted a coffee and a Danish or whatever it was, and probably a croissant, whatever it was. And as soon as I started speaking, she walked away. And as soon as she walked back, and I was like, excuse me, I weighed down 500 euros. And I looked at her and said, Bellow Woods, bitch. I picked it up and I walked out. And that's all I cared about. Right. If you don't have the time to understand, the only reason you're not fucking speaking German is because my forefathers literally gave their lives so you didn't have to speak German. You can fuck off. I could have gave you a $500 tip, but you know what? I'll go down to McDonald's and give them a $100 tip for a cheeseburger.
You know what's interesting though, and go back to Quebec in Canada here is when I went to Montreal, so every store or restaurant you walk into, they start out like bonjour, like like hello kind of thing, and then you're like, oh hello, and they go, okay good, you don't speak French, and then they go into fluent English because they're like bilingual, but a lot like in Montreal, there's a lot. I mean, there's separatists. They're called that. Absolutely hate English speaking people, and they'll spit on you. But there's the majority in like Montreal, yeah. But they'll be like, oh, good, you speak English, and they speak just, and it's like they don't even have an accent, no French, nothing. It's just like, oh, okay.
Hey Zach, this blend is really good, dude.
I'm glad, man. I'm glad as hell you're enjoying it.
Well, I love the idea that, you know, I love my whiskey journey with an E and a Y, right? I just want to explore my palate.
I just drink whiskey. I don't give a shit how you spell it.
Yeah.
And Ken just says he drinks alcohol. He doesn't care how you spell it.
No.
But, you know, like, but the thing that's important, right? Like you're talking about people from, like, I'm from Ohio, you're from Texas, Alex is from Canada, and he's Australia with Ken. And you look at that and like you have this international language, but we all have something to gain from each other.
Well, Ken's language is a little bit, wait, Ken's language is different. They use the C word, and you're a friend of theirs. Just kidding.
I mean, you know,
I'm a Marine Corps guy. I can tell you the funniest story I've ever been a part of in my entire life. And it wasn't Australia, it was the UK, right? Which is kind of like the illegitimate stepbrother of Australia. So we were in Naples, Italy, and I had a friend, and Zach will get this. I had a really close friend that was just a good old redheaded country boy from Mansfield, Texas. Right? And I'm from Ashland, which is 20 miles away from Mansfield, Ohio. So we're the Midwest, right? And he's like, so we're over there. And the one thing you know is like when you're in Naples and you're doing NATO ops, the Royal British Navy is going to come in and the Royal British Marines. Okay. There is not very many hot women Marines in the United States. The Royal Brits, yeah. Like, yeah. Like, you're just like, what the fuck is this? And so we're talking like, listen, there's nothing. You could be like an absolute 1 on a 0 to 10 scale, but if you're a United States Marine in like a other country, you're like instantly bumped up to like a 6. No reason why. But I'll never forget. Like Barry was like a really good dude. He was like, but he was just trying to like. So he was sitting there talking like we had this conversation, right? Because there's like a dialect issue, and if you say that like in America, when you got in trouble, you got smacked in the fanny, you're getting smacked on the ass. That is not the case in the UK or Australia.
You don't mean that here.
No. And they were like, what? He's like, you know, your ass. And they're like, oh, that's not the fanny to us. And he's like, nope, well, what are you talking about? He was like really just trying to like learn. He's like, well, what do you mean? And they're like, you know, the fanny is like the female. He's like, and I swear to God, I knew instantly what he was going to say. I knew it was coming. I was like, no, that's international. That's international. He's like, what do you call a cunt? And they were like, and I was like, Barry, no. He's like, well, I heard him say it. He's like, yeah, no. And they instantly all walked away. And I was like, dude, that's international. That's international. You don't say that because it's really disrespectful. It's just the idea of understanding what's disrespectful and what's not. And sometimes it's hard. It's hard to know because you're trying to really, truly, and Barry really meant to be learning. He was trying to learn. And then
Ken was even telling us, like, because I had asked him because I have friends in Scotland. And the C word comes up a lot. I can't even say it. I'm Canadian. It's like C word. But with Ken, it comes down to a tone, right? A certain tone means you're a friend.
Context.
The other tone means you're an asshole.
Yeah. Like I can look at Ken. I was like, oh yeah, what's up, you cunt? You know. But like for me, it's just like I'm not trying to be derogatory.
No.
But listen, this is the thing that's lost because we all listen, look at the group here, right? We're in a generation where we understand that the most important thing you can do is make eye contact, look at a facial gesture, and read the face matched with the words.
Well, but see, that's where this current younger generation doesn't have it because they live behind a screen.
Yeah.
They try to get tone from a text message or an email or something, and things get taken the wrong way. People's feelings get hurt, and you're like, "What? I was just asking a question. Like, I made a statement. Like, why are you so butthurt over me making a statement?"
Because you didn't put enough.
It was true, wasn't it? Like the
You
statement
didn't put enough
emojis.
emojis.
Well, but it's how you asked it, and I'm like, what? It's written words, man. I didn't put Zach sighed or Zach said angrily. You know,
It's more
I'm
about
not writing a novel. I'm sorry, man. It's like, hey, listen, I'm just telling you what to do. That's kind of my freaking job. I'm your boss.
Contemplatively, I'm inquiring, how do you feel today?
Yeah, but you got to remember that. So like with Snapchat, for instance, that a lot of the kids use. They won't, like I tell my son, why don't you get your friends' phone numbers so you can text them when you don't have internet? Like when you're or when you're in a place that you can't use network, you can still text your friends because they're always panicked when there's no network. It's like because they can't use Snapchat. But you got to remember we're dealing with an era right now. So if I was to tell you in Snapchat that I'm mad at you, I take a picture of the wall, and that to them means that you don't want to talk to them. You're mad at them. It's like, oh, they'll take a picture of the ceiling light, like your light in the ceiling, and it means something else. It's like, what kind of language are we speaking nowadays? Like, I'll just take a picture of a wall, and that's a statement. Like,
but I think that the thing that's important, right, is that we both, all four of us, understand the symbolicism. If we say talking to the wall, it's like you might as well talk to the wall because I'm not hearing you because I don't care.
I know it, but it's like, but they won't have they won't ever have the facial cues to understand anything. Oh, what did you do now,
Zach? I just did like stupid shit.
Too slow. I'm too slow. I am slow. My wife just called me slow.
Well, it's like, hey, dude.
Well, at least he didn't call you a dick.
Yeah, see, they're plotting now, and they're
exactly. So, all you guys, you want to know this blend I just did?
Yeah, I want to know what hell you just put in there.
Yeah,
what, you did a new one now, a Scotch one?
So my base alcohol, shit's falling down. Like,
boy,
I had water in the way. It's just water. I don't care. So my base is this.
Smoke wagon, okay.
Smoke wagon small batch, right? I took smoke wagon small batch at 92.5, and I blended it. I did a 2-1-1 of
the Springbank. Oh, the Grand Cru. Oh yeah, that's right.
I did that, and I did
12 year.
Oh, the Altmore. Nice. Yeah.
I've never had Altmore.
It's fantastic.
I'm telling you what.
If you like the Dalwhinnie,
yeah,
you love Altmore.
Dude, this blend is fucking in the nose. Is like, dude, it's
those three whiskeys together sound pretty fucking good.
It's really, really like, hey, listen, Skin. I'm pretty sure that I was the one that told you to crack that freaking Lost Monarch.
This poor thing's
that's so good.
Dying.
Yeah, that. Can you get that still?
I have to order it in the States.
We can still get it
from my Florida address. I can't get it here in Australia.
Ken, how does that work for you if you order it from the States? Does it take you like 3 months and a day or what? Or?
No.
Like, is it?
It takes him it takes him anywhere from 1 to 9.
No, but you can actually order it?
Yes.
Yeah.
Yeah, I mean, like
If they'll ship to Florida,
yeah,
they'll ship to my US Florida address, and then they'll ship that to Australia, and they'll bend over the barrel.
see, I
Take
can
it,
get
pay all the
anything
taxes,
else.
excises, and
Zach,
GST and crap.
I can get
And then I'll
anything
get the
else,
ship.
but if it's whiskey,
Zach.
alcohol, nope, you cannot ship across the border. They'll confiscate it and dump it, or well, they dump it. Just kidding, I don't know. They'll probably dump it, but
Zach, that has like a signature bubble gum note. That's like crazy.
my shirt will be there in 3 months, but thanks, man. That's about right. Actually, the whiskey encore came in.
You see, like Alex is like, your shirt will be there in like 3 months, bud.
I know, because I paid for my shirt for the live wire to this. I survived today.
Listen, Alex, you have some stuff coming. I just got to figure out. It might be like more beneficial to like call my buddy and say, "Hey, listen, can we get in a boat and like meet Alex somewhere in Minnesota?"
Yeah, a boat. I'll
pick
take
a spot in the middle of Lake Erie, and then you guys just kind of meet there.
So in July, but listen, in July I will be in Wisconsin.
Wisconsin, does that even count? I'm just kidding. we're actually they have toyed with the notion of opening the borders for only people that can prove their
prison wallet.
Yeah,
prison wallet.
No.
That only works with meth and heroin.
No. Hey, Adam understands. Okay, so
I don't know why Adam, why aren't you in here? Get in here, Adam. You dick.
Adam knows prison wallet for me right now, because I've been trying to find these whiskeys forever. I need a prison satchel. Like, I don't need a wallet. Wallet only handles like one bottle.
Is that a satchel?
You know what? You being a loose moose, you should have a satchel. It should already be a satchel.
Not a snatchel.
And why is your name so short in YouTube?
That's what I say. Like, it's like there's so many whiskeys. Like, I could make a trip every week, every day, just to pick up something new. Like, it's just what it's gonna end up being. My son doesn't have to go to college, so it's all good.
Nah, there's trade schools.
Yeah, exactly.
Are all you guys jumping on like Livewire afterwards?
Is home?
I shouldn't even be on right now because I know I get up at 5, but I have to work tomorrow. But
who's that? Zach?
Oh, me. I work. Am I the only one that works tomorrow?
No, we all work tomorrow, but like, what time zone are you in?
Me, Central.
Oh, fuck off.
No, I'm saying, like, I don't need to go to bed at like fucking 4 in the morning.
Here, loose fucking moose. Zach, is there anybody that stays up later than I do?
No, and I didn't even realize we had stayed up that late.
What? I've been with this guy right here, and I've watched the sun go down and the sun come back up again.
So Zach only knew that it was time to get to work because the birds that launch at my house.
Oh, listen to that guy, Adam! You bitch, get on here! Don't call me a bitch. Get in here.
I told him. I was like, Alex, get on here. He's like, for my live stream. I was like, that's like 25 minutes. You got like 20 minutes. Quit being a bitch.
No, come on. Yeah.
Hey, Ken knows that I will. Ken knows that I'll go 24 hours with him as long as I don't have Moderna number 2.
Yeah.
What did we do? 8.5 hours? We did 8.5, right?
Something like that. Yeah.
And listen, we were like, we were drinking. You were drinking. I should have been drinking as much water as you, but I was trying to kill something.
Yeah. You had a good go at it.
I'm just happy. Bobby, that night you were at the old Lord Schlong's there with what's the other guy that was there? He had his channel on.
Destination Bourbon, Mike Klein.
No, not Destination. Clive. Klein is Destination. Klein is Destination. Oh, okay, sorry. But You guys were chugging bottles like there was no tomorrow, man.
Oh, dude, there's no doubt. Oh,
And
here
you
comes
had
Adam.
3 cigars
Here comes
in
Adam.
your fingers?
You guys ready for Adam?
You had 3 cigars.
Oh,
There you go, you
look at that bald-headed beauty. I swear to God.
You calling me a bitch?
bitch. This is what matters. This is the only shirt I have. This is what matters right here.
There we go. I'll go green as well.
This one's on its way, buddy.
Hold on.
Yeah.
Slammering.
Slammering. Oh, look at that, James
Hey,
Morgan.
listen, you want to be a part of the next Slammering, I'm telling you right now.
Oh, hell yeah.
So, okay, I'm going to be a 30-second interlude, right? It was so strange, right? Like doing this, you spend this time together, right? You get to know each other, you talk shit and all that stuff. But you're not in person. When we all got in person, it was like a reunion of people you know in your whole life. And you know how much drama there was? Absolutely motherfucking zero.
That's awesome, man.
It literally was. It was literally like the majority of us. I don't know if anybody talked about it, but I'm comfortable saying it. I don't think anybody has an issue with it. When we left, people were depressed. Literally, there was people like, dude, because this isn't the same. I can remember the first 2 days when I came home and I did my normal thing. I was sad. I was literally sad, like I'm by myself again. I'm doing this. And it wasn't the same because 2020 just freaking raped us. They wore sandpaper condoms and didn't give a reach around, and you were just so miserable.
No common courtesy, man. No common courtesy.
It was nothing, and that right there. Listen,
like
not a single person there. Listen, I can tell you. You know what I felt the saddest about? Besides leaving, it was my second saddest moment. My first saddest moment, realistically and totally honest, is when when Marty got called out and he had to leave. There was genuine pain from Marty and us because he had to go and we knew it. And it just wasn't the same. Here he comes. Marty will tell you. How hard was it when you had to leave?
I don't even want to talk about it.
Yeah, it was.
Yeah.
Here he comes. But it wasn't just hard for you. It was hard for you, right? How hard was it when you had to leave?
I had a 3.5 hour by myself.
Hey, Marty, fix your audio.
Sorry, guys.
Hard for you. It was hard for you, right?
That shit, bruh.
You just love that voiceover now that you have.
Well, I think I know for me, because I spent a lot of time in call out over the years.
There you go. Sorry.
And when he had to call out, I knew what that meant. For me, it was me and my kids and my family. But for him, it was like, this is going to sound like terrible. I hope the wives aren't watching it. But it was worse because we went through a year of a concentration camp, right, where we didn't get to interact as humans. And he did. And then you're instantly like, it doesn't matter how stupid it was. It doesn't matter how fun it was. Listen, there was nothing, and at no point ever did anything feel anything different than just a brotherhood.
No, that was one of the hardest 3.5 hour drives I've ever had.
No.
To be honest.
We hurt for you because I know that everybody felt it, but I felt it because I was an on-call dude for 13 years, and I felt your anguish. I literally understood it completely.
I survived it a few times.
Well, listen, I'll change my shirt for the next feed that comes up.
I've not seen that shirt before, Bobby.
What's that?
The one you got on. I've not seen that. Is that yours?
See what you're wearing, Marty?
Yeah, man.
It matches my bottle. It matches my bottle.
Oh,
okay. I've not gotten mine yet. I'll get mine next week. I'm going down there. Maybe stop by Shane's on Friday or Saturday.
I don't know if you can see that, but everybody there signed it.
Yeah.
I don't know if I'll ever drink it. On my deathbed, I'm going to put it in my IV. Just get it over.
So you guys, since certain people aren't in this room, what happened to that bottle that I ended up winning? Is there some kind of thing going to be happening, or is it going to so-and-so? Remember, I won that. I got that bottle. That was signed.
Ask Bourbon. I think he's sending that bottle to a certain somebody.
Okay.
I think you donated it, right?
Yeah,
well, I did because I mean, how am I going to get it otherwise? Like, none of you guys are that close of friends that are gonna. Say, hey,
You know what, Alex? I think that
I'm essential.
Listen, I'm telling you right now, that is I will speak right now beyond anything you think, and for everybody in here, you have totally missed the boat on that. When you sit there and say for a moment, listen, I'm honest. Like, we know it's hard for you and Ken to get shit from us. That doesn't mean you're not my brother.
No,
It just means that you have extenuating circumstances.
Will
that limit my ability.
You give me a reach around?
You got loose lip.
It limits. Listen, I'm not Plastic Man. I don't have that kind of strength to stretch that far.
I ain't that fucking big. I'm fucking like 5'6" here, a little tiny guy.
No, I'm talking about reaching from Ohio to Canada, right? Or Ohio to Australia. It's the idea that, like, listen, I would be just as excited to spend the time with you guys as I would with anybody in here, because the YouTube experience, this group, right? This group is so unique. Zach, there's nowhere.
Absolutely.
People lose their sight. People that get big and they focus on monetization lose this.
Yeah.
That's why if anybody's going to the Bastards Ball, that's why the real party's at La Quinta.
Exactly, because the thing is, like, listen, I am the second. Like, there's one tier at the Whiskey Tribe that nobody's a member of.
That's not true. That's not true. There's one person.
Two.
There's one person.
One. So you have a one, and then you have the next one. I'm the one behind that.
I'm third level. So
yeah, you're the same as me, right? And I have been for 2 years.
Yeah, I'm a knight because they opened it up. I actually got into the knight because I was paying for the same thing for the Baron. Or no, sorry, I was not Baron. Sorry, I was the.
But I was the knight when the knight was. I was the knight before that happened, right? I literally called them and said, "Hey, listen, how do I?"
I'm gonna start doing though is I'm gonna, and you know what? Okay, here's what sucks about Patreon. Patreon, you end up supporting people you enjoy and you like, and you start meeting, and then you realize that it's almost coming up to more than a mortgage payment. it's like, but you feel guilty that you don't want to exit out of somebody's Patreon.
But that's only. But you know what? I'll tell you what, Alex.
$300 a month.
that only happens if they've lost sight.
Yeah,
if they've lost sight of X. Like Adam knows, Marty knows. If you're, it's irrelevant to me. I will do everything in my means and my power to make sure that everybody is included as much as I possibly can be. Like, you're new, right? Alex, you're new to me. I literally, as soon as I hit my message and I saw it, I was like, oh, I literally sent a message. I send out polls. I'm like, hey, listen, Marty didn't get a chance to do the last poll, but I know Adam did and Mike did and a bunch of people did. I literally want your input because it's really weird, right? Because someone would say, like, okay, you're getting X amount of dollars Patreon. Well, I do so much with Patreon. It literally pulls from my Patreon in to my out. I have never seen a single dollar.
Hi there, welcome to Forward. Come on
Because
in.
every time I donate, it pulls from it.
Yeah, I'm gonna jump out. See you guys in like.
Hey, we'll see you on your feed, Adam.
Yeah. I only stay Patreons to you and Ken because you're kind of pretty, but that's about it. I mean,
that's true. That's
true. Content's kind of but I mean, you guys are pretty guys. That's all I'm just kidding. And I got to keep it international.
Marty, the only thing about the shirt is just waiting for the resizing prints to be made. When I first made all my prints were all XL and down because I lost a lot of weight. And I was like, and I had a set cost for everything down. When I moved up, it was a new print. So I'm waiting on the new prints for all the sizes that are.
Okay, so that's a Bourbon Battalion shirt because I've never seen it. Is that what that is?
Yeah.
Okay, that's cool, man. I just saw the slamming on it.
You gotta get the whiskey.
You haven't seen
got it. I've got that.
You've seen my Bourbon Battalion shirt, right?
Yeah, just like your background behind you.
Yeah, I have a shirt for that, but I had to reorder the sizes.
Okay.
Because like for me, it's like if I did XL and down, you know this when you make them, right? XL and down is one price,
right?
And then like I instantly sold out of that. But when I got into the next size, it's like that. So like, it's weird thing, right? So I know that I have wood staves that will be like Bourbon Battalion. I have all this kind of stuff that's being made, and the reason why it isn't what. Listen, it says that you have to be X amount of like time period to get that because it takes that much time to try to get it made. It isn't because I don't want to have it made. It's just like you have to. If you're going to put out the funds to make it, you're not seeing that money. Like I can tell you for sure, I can literally like to completely transparent. I could show you on a live my Patreon how much do I have in my Patreon as gain, and it will say 0. I have 0 funds.
Yeah, I actually pay out.
I don't
pay out more than I take in.
I pay out way more than I ever take in.
Yeah, I do too.
And I have it set up that like whatever I donate comes out of Patreon.
Yeah, that's what I did.
But where I always expected to be, like this is something I love to do because I love nothing more than teaching, helping people to explore, challenge. Like Tito's in here, libation exploration. Tito's a Patreon.
Nice.
Alex is a Patreon. You're a Patreon. I mean, I have a lot of Patreons, and I get shit out of them as fast as I can. But sometimes I have to like make stuff. So Dustin said, Mike and I run a channel where we review 40,000.
$40,000. Yeah.
Don't have a Patreon.
We're not smart.
Well, somehow you're getting 40,000 in whiskey, so you're pretty damn smart somewhere.
Yeah. Well, no. Hey, Dustin. You know how to get a hold of me, bud. You know my number. You know how to get a hold of me. I think the idea is nothing more than it's just the idea of understanding that somewhere along the line there's just a fellowship, and in that we're all trying to help each other, but we all have to grow enough to help each other. To sit there and say that I can be a Patreon of every channel, listen, I'm still just doing everything out of my personal house budget. And Zach knows this. Like Zach and I have talked about this. And my wife, and I'm very fortunate. I'm so blessed. I have a wife that 100% backed me no matter how bad it is. She was literally down at Bourbon Battalion today at that place, putting painting schemes together. My wife's a teacher, but she's literally the most gifted freehand muralist I know. I'd put her against anybody. And she's like, well, if you do this and do this and do this and do this. And then she went to the store and picked it out. And she knows there's no reason we financially should be doing it.
What's your time frame on getting that open, Bobby?
Well, it was July until I realized that I had to go ahead and get a liquor license, and I have to get a vendor's license, and I have to get a food license. I have to be inspected by the health department.
So I want to come up. I want to come up for that.
It's going to be. I'm guessing now, based on what I know now, it's probably going to be August.
I'd like to come up for that opening day or weekend or whatever, if I can.
Yeah, when I launch, listen, before I launch, when I know I'm going to launch, my YouTube community will know it first.
Gotcha.
Everybody here will know it first. But listen, having said that, the first person that will actually be at my thing is the guy that's actually the banker that I deal with that's providing the so it's really funny. My banker that's actually dealing with my credit card machine and all that stuff, he said, so your very first credit card swipe will be my group that's coming. And we want the highest tier you have. Because they're just like dying. Because I think that's really funny, right? When you're talking about this group of people, we have a lot of information that people don't know. Like Zach, how many times has someone asked you information?
Oh, dude, honestly, I don't even have to be asked. I know when I need to give information because it's usually inside of a liquor store, and they're getting like this total wine spiel, and I'm like, don't buy the Schildig. Don't buy the Schildig. No. Hey, look. Hey, buddy. Listen, she just made a really good recommendation in the Tom and Toll. Okay, that's the best thing she's offered you so far. Here's what you need to do. You listen, and don't exclude these bottles over here, because look, they're great value, but they might not have the flashy packaging. Who gives a shit what the packaging looks like, man? The only time I give a shit about what the packaging looks like, and the only time I really care, is for Compass Box.
For what?
Compass Box.
Oh yeah.
So Compass Box has probably the best. But I mean, they literally have a design firm that is on like essentially their payroll that they design all their labels.
I like
packaging. Right? And
Look at this guy.
Tim just said he likes packages.
Yeah, well, that's what I say. Look at this guy. I don't have a very
packaging.
I don't have a very
Tim
nice
just
package.
said he likes my package.
Women love it. Women love it. My package.
I like packaging.
But women love it.
Packages.
But I mean, yeah, it's
you know, that's true, Zach.
Listen, do oh yeah, for Compass Box, I'm willing to pay for the packaging, whatever he said. I don't know. But I mean, it's phenomenal. It's head and shoulders above everyone else. But I care more about what's inside of that damn bottle. And if what's inside of that damn bottle is not going to live up to the quality of that packaging, right. Look, Alex, that right there is worth every single penny. That is 80%. Like it's 80% imperial. It's old imperial.
This company's in Alberta, and they get all the best whiskeys. And every once in a while, if you don't watch his site, he puts in some extra bottles. That was one of them. I've never seen the Compass Box on his site before.
But I think the thing that's really important, right? So like,
it's phenomenal, Alex.
But Zach, people that know who you are take what you say as something that's important. And Alex, where your location is and what you say matters. And so when you're talking about the overall, where you are and what you say, no, I'm just saying that, like, you're talking about, we're bridging gaps, right? Like, you're talking about Ohio, you're talking about Tennessee, and you're bridging gaps, right? Because I'm all about palate exploration. Anybody that if you've ever watched me, there's like a significant thing. Zach, have I ever not talked about exploring your palate?
No.
I'm not your typical just bourbon dude. I'm like, hey, listen, you need to explore your palate because your palate's going to evolve.
See, that's the part that bothers me more than anything else is when people just say they don't like something.
Yeah,
hold on. Maybe we just haven't found what you like yet. And that's the thing with Scott is there's so damn many of them. Is it can be intimidating. It really
is good. This is good. I love this.
But it's not the 2019 Cartridge though.
No, well, whatever.
Okay, so I'm gonna listen. I can't challenge Alex because Alex is in freaking a place where he can't send me anything. But what I will say, and I will say this confidently, I would really like you, Zach.
Oh, listen. I'm
push my palate.
Push your what?
Not.
I will push yours. Listen, I have shit that will push yours.
I just walked in the room. Push what? What are we doing here?
I'm just trying to like listen. For as much
as salt and pepper.
I'm as much as I'm intrigued to like explore my palate beyond what I know.
I will tell you this. So I will probably be able to push your palate further than you could push my palate. And I say that because I mean I have I have whiskey from just about every single place you could have whiskey. I mean, hey, Alex, I do have a lot 40 cash strength.
Nice. Really?
So, I mean, listen.
I got lot 40. I want to get the
now mine is
dark oak. I can't get it.
Yeah,
you're talking about regular lot 40 cash strength, right?
No, lot 40 is not cash strength. We can't get it here in the States. They don't sell it. You can only get it in Canada.
Yeah, if
lot 40 that we get here is shit.
Yeah.
Now I will say that I got the release right after they dropped the age statement. It's still good. It's the best Canadian whiskey I've ever had. But I know that like there's some JP Weisers and stuff like that out there that I can get that are just like phenomenal.
I have 18. I have JP Weiser's 18 here. And lot 40 rye, 100% rye. But I want I think it's called black oak. I think there's a dark oak, I think it's called, that I can't get where I am, my location, but in Toronto they have it, in Ontario, even though it's the same province. It's our liquor control boards, right? Like not all of them.
LCBO, come on. Let's call it the LCBO. Come on, let's use the right term.
Liquor control boards of Ontario. Prison guards.
Don't you mean the mafia?
Yeah. Oh my god.
Dustin just said he did a blind and Booker's just won a freaking blind, which has never happened.
Sorry, I'm just doing advertising here. Sorry, I just seen someone come in the room. This is free advertising in here.
Is that what we're doing?
Yeah.
Well, I think the thing is that
there we go.
Yeah, wrong side.
So I think the thing that's always in
it depends on which logo you want to show, right, Ken?
True.
Well,
here, I'll show you my tattoo of Cheech. Hold on.
Oh,
Just kidding. He'll take away his hearts here in a second. Well, at least it wouldn't be Bobby. I just met you, Bobby, so I can't put a tattoo on that part.
Hey, listen. I have enough tattoos that I will put yours on first.
Yeah. You know what? I can put it. I'll put your name in a certain place, but I need it abbreviated. Give me your initials.
R.
R. Yeah.
It's that small. I'm sure it's R.
No, it's gonna be a lowercase R. Sorry. That's all I can give you.
No, but I think the thing that's important, right? If there's like anybody out there that would listen to this right here, like you look at this, like I swear to God, and I'm going to ask Zach because I probably spend the most time talking to Zach. If you look at this weird 4 group, you would expect that this 4 people in this group right now would probably have the most interesting, complex, weird grouping of things.
Oh, yeah. Most definitely.
And no one here would discount a bourbon. No one here would discount a scotch. But what we could talk about is intelligently all those things.
Wait. No, we can talk about it, but the intelligence side of it, I'm lacking a little bit in there, but I can self-admit. But you're saying,
Alex, listen, as a trained instructor for many, many years, the thing that you just said was the most important thing, right? The thing is that you identify with what you know.
Yeah, and I can only go by how mine say. Yeah.
Don't ever say, hey, listen, I'm not trained in X. I'm trained in Y. I know what I know and I know what I like. That's good enough. Because if you say, if I like this, you should try this, and I try it and I like it, then now I know that, hey, you, Alex, are someone I identify with in that. I know I identify with Ken. You know what I identify with Ken? Ken makes me happy, and we can drink a lot of booze for a long period of time. He will do Legos and drink water. I will forget to drink water. Zach, I know, is going to be like, are you shitting me? It's really that late?
Oh, dude, it was 4 o'clock in the morning. And I was
Listen,
like, oh, my
his
God.
stress and my stress were completely different. I was like, dude, do you hear those birds? Do you hear that? He's like, yeah. I was like, that's the birds that come out at dawn. So he's like, what time is it? And I was like, well, it's 5 for me. He's like, holy fuck, it's 4.
Yeah. So Bobby, everybody in the room here. So my order that's coming in now, it'll be here in about a week. So I ordered on single barrel, which is 60 ABV. I have Breckenridge port cask finished whiskey. Some people told me it's not amazing, but that's why I order it, because when people say it's not amazing, I want to try it because I may enjoy it. And I've got Russell Reserve 10 coming up. It's because
Russell Reserve 10 is fucking delicious. Yeah. You know, I will say this though, every one of the barrels are
we already have
different.
People waiting.
They're definitely different.
Before we do that,
who's this Livewire whiskey? You said
you guys are watching Livewire, right?
No, I just seen a notification.
I can hear Mike Stahl talking and Adam's drinking.
We have Adriana.
It's John T's birthday.
Oh, Adriana is in the room already. Oh, she's not in here.
Adriana won tonight.
I know, that was awesome.
Yeah. Well, you know, I think the thing is, like, when we talk about that, right? It's the idea is, like, I want to know. So, like, Top Shelf said his 9-year store pick. It's nothing super special as picks go. It's just an example of how good knob. Listen, if you've had a knob 9, listen, there's 2 knob 9s. One's 120 and one's 100. It just depends on which one you get. But if it's a store pick, I mean, that changes everything. Like,
but that's a Breckenridge. The Breckenridge is a store pick actually for an Alberta company that I get.
I think the thing that you have to do is look at your store pick. Don't ever be like, I won't do that because someone said that. It's got to be you try it.
From this coming Sunday.
Now, listen, the only thing that I would really like say, hey, listen, I'm like Marge on, is I would find someone that I identify with their palate. If that palate happens to be saying, hey, listen, I don't know that I would pay this for it. And I would be okay with anything under $100.
Well, we do have somebody already.
You know, if it's something that's above $100 and someone I said don't buy it, no way I'm buying it when I'm like looking at that kind of. Listen, I can tell you right now for $26, actually $24.95 here, I can buy a Rich Creek 94.
Yep, she said
5 bottles for the price of like a shit bottle.
Marty. Hey guys,
so I have a friend that Donald Rans. Everybody knows this.
Yeah, we all know Donald.
Yeah. So because he lives in the same province as me, so he's the reason why I have certain scotches that I have because I rely on his. He's not a huge bourbon drinker at all, but he has the LCBOs because he lives in Toronto, where they have the LCBOs have like a ton of stuff that I can never get. So we will eventually start doing some. But here's the benefit to me. I also have a Minnesota mailbox. The border's closed, so I can't. So everything I can do, I can ship to my mailbox. So I will be absolutely broke, bankrupt, but I'll have whiskey.
Not yet. So.
Hey, listen. I literally just started a business.
Tonight's sponsor.
I understand your pain.
Probably won't be in here.
Well, my business is actually running great now. I've been in business for 5 years. It's good. Awesome. I work at a gold mine, but my vaping business has been running for 5 years. 5 years this year, and we've never done better. My wife is running ragged, but never done better.
Are you guys all jumping on Livewire?
I might jump on there. Why not?
Yeah.
I shouldn't be up.
You gonna jump on there?
Yeah, I'll hand over there.
I mean, we can't. I'm gonna grab a couple bottles of water and probably no smoke.
Well, I'll tell you what, Zach. You have my number. I will jump over with these guys. Right? We'll all be on there. If it ends up being to the point that it can't be everybody, I will keep this open over here. I can jump over there and keep this open.
No, man. We can jump over there. I mean, if
I want to support them because the thing is that like when you talk about the there's only two hangouts I hang out. It's Ken
Anthony,
and
welcome.
Livewire. Because they're the only pub hangouts that exist that make me feel like I'm at my cheers.
And we got to make sure these guys here, like James and Dustin and all them, go over there because we got like 300 viewers right now for us, and we want to make sure they go over there.
Yeah. It's like, was it 3 viewers? Maybe. Hey, listen.
No, we were 13.
You'll never hear me ever, and Zach knows this for sure with me. I've never ever hoped to get to the point that my money comes from YouTube. It's my passion. And like, listen, Top Shelf Dustin will come up. Dustin will eventually come up to my Bourbon experience, and it will be just fun and sitting there sipping and tasting and all that stuff. And I'll go down to where Dustin is. I know where he's at. I have an idea where he's at in Cincinnati, but I'll go down there. You know, I've talked to Dustin enough. It's the idea that, you know, I want to be like,
On the Bookers tonight, right?
if we spend time growing each other, we all increase our value.
Well, you know, the who is it? Who is it? It was the Scotch Testimony said it best. It's the whiskey fabric.
So the first 4 of this, I
Okay,
was like,
to me, you're either a part of it or you're not. And there's nobody out there. You can look at it as a competition thing, or you can look at it as community. I prefer community.
Yes.
That's basically why, like, listen, Bob, that's why I like hanging out.
Yeah.
You know, I like the community.
Yeah.
You know, I mean, I hang out with Ken every Thursday night. You know what I mean? And
oh, she's going to be on Sunday night
about this.
Man.
I mean, listen, dude, if I go to Australia, let me tell you what, I will guarantee you, I will be at his house.
Yeah, I've never tried it.
I'm coming. But if you're coming to Texas, if you're coming to Texas, you damn well better come to my house, okay?
Ken's awesome. I'd fight
happening.
for Ken in jail, man. I'd fight for Ken in jail, man. Like he's awesome.
I don't even need to be in jail. I'd fight an old lady for Ken.
Hey, listen, whether Ken's there or not, I'm going to be at the Munned Pub, and I'll start his live stream.
Yeah.
Hell yeah.
You know what would be fun is seeing Ken Scotch Down Under Munned Scream start with me. It's like,
That is awesome.
I could barely make a Lego stick figure, but I would try.
Yeah.
But I guarantee you, I will try a lot of shit you have there. Now, you know what? I'll tell you what. You and my son would connect because he has Legos out every Christmas. He wants nothing more than Legos. And I'm like,
most of the time.
And I'm like, that's an easy buy for me. I'm like, yep, okay.
I just want a slinky.
You want Legos, son? No worries.
That goes down the stairs.
It's got so much fucking Lego.
You want to know the saddest thing, Ken, that will make you like, I don't want to rain on your parade. You'll have a moment of sadness, but get over it. He's my son, not yours. When he turned 21, 6 months later, he got diagnosed with extreme pancreatitis and was told he can't drink alcohol.
Oh.
And all my bar was originally willed to my son.
Oh.
Not only my bar, but the Battalion bar, which is beyond me.
Oh.
Shit.
And he can't have it. The bottle that I have that's sitting down here that everybody wants was originally going to be my son's. I have the original Fort Nelson barrel strength Michter's at their reopening launch date. Poured, logged, and signed everything by me, and he can't drink it.
Oh, man.
So I'm like, am I really going to wait until my 1.5-year-old grandson can get that? And you know what? My wife was like, that's Johnny's. I was like, that motherfucker, I better be alive and he better be able to drink or I'm fucking chugging it on my deathbed. Put it in my IV.
Yeah. Pour it on.
Look at it.
Because listen, that is such a unique bottle. It's the only bottle I've ever pulled out where people are like,
well, you know,
the original, I was the first person in on the original Fort Nelson reopening. barrel strength. And I poured it, bottled it, labeled it, and signed the books. And my son can't drink it.
Damn.
Bobby, Bourbon asked you a question. Bourbon.
Oh, Bourbon. Did he ever talk to other doctors? Yes, 3.
Oh.
Every time that he has it, he gets extremely, like, basically hospital ridden. He can't do it.
Ah.
He can only do he can't do like hard liquor. He just can't do it. He tried, and he did. He was able to do it for a while, and then all of a sudden one day he just couldn't. He was like, so when the first time it happened, he was in a hospital for like 6 days.
Damn.
And
there ain't no alcohol that's worth that.
No, and he came out and they said, listen, you have extreme pancreatitis, and it's triggered by alcohol, and it's high proof liquor. And so, and he used to drink with me. Like, listen, this isn't new to me. When he was 16, he had his first foolproof.
Oh,
and he would pick it over beer. He just didn't like beer, but he liked to hear it. And it's one of the saddest things is it's one of the things that when we were young, when he was young, we really bonded over it. And then when it was I feel like there was a complete disconnect when he got disconnected. I don't know if it was whatever it was to him. He stopped talking to me, he didn't communicate with me. It had nothing to do with me. I think it had to do with that father-son kind of weird thing where he knew what I did. And he knew that listen, I am the highest high proof dude. I would drink. I've literally make blends. This will tell you for sure. And you guys will all understand this. When I'm trying to blend something and I really need it to proof up and I need it to be corn, it's that. And I have family stills. I can get that.
Yeah.
And it's the Williams family still in Floyd County, Kentucky.
Bobby, have you tried cigars with him? Not that I ever condone that, but this.
No, listen, we've done cigars for years. He can do cigars.
But that's the bond still that you have. Cigars.
No,
you
we still have this. We golfed this last weekend. We do what we can do. But for him,
but you know a lot about cigars too. It doesn't have to be whiskey.
Oh, I know, but I think for him because he knows that me and my brother, me and the Gunny, have been whiskey. Now, granted, so it's really weird, right? So I got introduced to whiskey with my brother because we have a 12-year gap. And so he was the one that introduced me to whiskey. He was also the guy that introduced me to cigars.
Yeah.
But as silly as it may sound nowadays, back in 1998, it wasn't the most popular thing to have whiskey and cigar pairings. It just wasn't. It wasn't the norm. So he did cigars, but he never did it with whiskey. He did whiskey, never did it with cigars. Now I have the idea of blending. How do you pair? Yeah. And it's what I really love. I love every time I taste something or smoke something, I instantly am thinking wow, that would be that with that and that. Yeah. It's and Zach and I do this more than about anybody.
Yeah, but what I'm getting at, okay, so
because he knows we'll be up until 5 a.m. in the morning talking about dude, do this, and we're we're gonna have lung cancer and liver.
Whatever, man. If I'm gonna die, I might as well do it for my life.
Yeah.
You know what I'm saying?
My great uncle left this world at 97 years old. Man, he drank, smoked, and still chewing tobacco. He didn't change his life.
There are folks that are like that, but then there's the opposite, right?
Yeah, but you don't know. Right? We don't know that. So
just a lot of draw
to enjoy it. What I'm saying, Bobby. What I'm saying is, okay, so my actual job, I'm called a business development officer. So what I try to do is grow economic development in areas that don't have it. What I'm getting at with you is you can still have that relationship with cigars, teach him cigars, give him that education of cigars. There's nothing saying he can't take over your business. Nothing. Oh, no. Listen, he can always have somebody else in there doing the tastings and everything else. He is still the grand poobah that comes in, enjoys everybody's. He's probably a good guy, enjoys everybody's company,
Oh, dude.
doesn't have to drink. You know, anybody can have a good cigar with him at the end of the night. You know what I mean? Like, that's what I'm meaning. I'm just saying there's always ways around all that. You can still enjoy. He can still enjoy what Dad did.
And you know what? I agree. I also think that it's the way that you present that to him, and saying that, listen, maybe you can't do that thing, but listen, that ain't the only thing we can do together, and that's not why I like spending time with you, right?
Yeah.
You know,
like it's your bond, man. It's like your thing.
Oh no, listen.
I don't get that anymore.
I spend time with my son,
so I don't get that anymore. But I can give you advice on what to do.
I spend time with. Actually, if I was to be honest, right? So when Burt Battalion, now that I'm getting a whiskey license, right? I got to get a liquor license. I can tell you right now, on the times I can't be there, it will be my middle daughter. My middle daughter is what? Let's see, she's 20. Let's see, my oldest one's 27. She was 24 to 16. So 16 to 24. She spent from the time she was 16 until 24 was 8 years. Mm-hmm. She's been involved with whiskey, cigars, and bartending. Mm-hmm. And she is incredibly good bartender. The only person I will go to.
There you go. You got your daughter, your son.
Hey,
they could run that place,
if that's the case, is she part of the Women in Whiskey on Facebook?
No, but she should.
She absolutely should be.
Yeah.
That is
she is such a gifted. Listen, people have
that group is phenomenal.
There's been a significant amount of men that have literally been where she's the bartender, and no matter where she moves, they move.
Yeah.
And it's just so Ken, you're not the only person, right?
Nice.
Yeah,
but Bobby, you trying to
I'm trying to get her to the point where she's comfortable with that, because it's I think the reason they get intimidated, right, is that you think of Alex, I don't know you enough, so I promise I'm not singling you out, but I know
I know Ken. Here's an easy thing to know me. I'm Canadian, and all I do is bust people's balls, and you can bust mine all you want because they're little. So
yeah, but you'll bust it really nice because you have little balls. I get it.
But if I'm going to say something insulting to you, I will apologize.
But listen,
but only the Australians have big balls, right, Ken?
My daughter is super nice until she knows you and you're her regular, and she will literally.
They're the biggest balls.
She will literally say, "Listen, I will slap you in the face with my satchel because you are not worthy."
No,
she won't do it until she knows you. She's so good at what she does.
Oh, my daughter will say that to random strangers.
My daughter is
a little too comfortable.
My daughter is such a listen. This local restaurant that opened, they literally opened right, and Ken and Alex, you won't know this, but Zach knows this for sure. And in America right now, it's a weird time. It's a really weird time.
Oh, I know that.
I've never seen a time ever. No, literally,
you guys are like our bipolar fucking brothers.
No, but this is like I don't know what's going on.
We just got old and got to fucking dementia.
No, listen, this is a serious thing. We will agree, Zach, and it may be in Canada and maybe in Australia, but I don't know because I'm not in Australia. I have never in my life seen a time
in the room, and you kind of get to know them, and
I've never seen a time in my life.
That was kind of evident when we went
so
to
many
the
jobs.
A couple weeks ago,
so much openness. Where so much money is being thrown.
Everybody just kind of because we're always talking,
and they can't get anybody to work. You literally in my town,
but it's
which is we are
you see Marty getting out of his car, and you're like, oh my God, that's just Marty. You know, it's
outside of
that
Texas.
Or
And,
you walk up to shake Cheech's hand.
I
it's
never
like,
thought
no,
I would ever see this in my world.
you know,
We have jobs
I'm just saying
so
that was
abundant
actually
that we have restaurants and
Why do
bars
I feel like
that
why
are
do I
only
feel like
open
it's
4 days a
big
week
party
because they don't have enough staff.
I'm telling you.
To the point that like lawn care businesses, and this is in my town, I've seen it. We have people that mow yards that will pay $20 US an hour and $1,000 signing bonus to work.
Partial nudity shot.
You have.
You can't get anybody.
Okay, I follow. I'm not going to get too political here, but I do follow.
I did not.
a lot of
Oh wait,
things.
hold on. Literally burn 1,000.
You guys
calories
decided
if
to
we
put
all
in.
have
Jason's on live, boy.
and you come for Adam.
That's a drum.
Yeah. Well, I see.
Yeah, old man Jim was saying he wants
So
to
He
come
needs,
to
he needs to be on there because he's going to lose contact if we don't.
someone like showing off
So
the beautiful
until
scenery.
2028, people can still get
Yeah,
payments,
you got the scene.
monthly payments for. I don't know exactly the term right now. It's late at night for me, but like that's just saying, okay, don't go to work. You'll still get so much, like whatever, $1,000 or a couple $1,000. It's not intriguing to the economy whatsoever. Like all it is saying, why would I go to work for $1,500 a month when I can get $3,000 a month to sit at home? I'm just, that's a random number, but I'm just saying, like,
Yeah, I get it.
Well,
I get it. But we're part of the old school
issue.
that was like, listen, I can remember like I'm one of those weird dudes.
Yeah, we know that.
I've never had a day in my life that I've been unemployed since I was 16.
No, the same with me. I've always worked. That's all I know. I've worked at $8 an hour. Now I make way more, but still, I worked at like I didn't care what it was. Like I went to a job when I was in my 20s after my cocaine addiction issues that I had, and although my house was never cleaner, but anyhow, but it was like I went to work. It didn't matter what the wage was. I just went to work. The guy asked me to go clean toilets. I'm like, yeah, okay, whatever. Nowadays, you ask them to clean toilets. It's like, fuck that. I'm not doing that. It's like, and they're getting paid $15 an hour here in Canada. You know what I mean? Like,
I got asked the other day, would I be willing to leave my job if they paid me X? I was like, well, yeah, because that's the same as what I'm making.
Yeah.
Here she is.
I mean, it's such a weird thing in the States, and I'm not saying it's not true. I'm not sure. I can't intelligibly speak about Australia or Canada. The only thing I can speak about is what I know, right? Like when I talk about the Marine Corps, and Ken knows this because Ken's been around for a long time. I can't speak about any military because I only know Marine Corps. It doesn't mean I hit on anybody. It doesn't mean I dog on them. I don't hate them. I only can speak about what I know. And the thing that I try to be true to is the integrity of what I do know. I don't try to be anything outside of the integrity of what I do know.
And yeah, I've already.
Then that, for me, is nothing more than like I want to expand knowledge. So like when you guys talk about Canada and Australia, you are intelligibly feeding me knowledge, and I'm processing it. And this is what's missing. This is what's missing in younger generations. How do I learn? How do I learn? Look at facial gestures. Look at this and all this stuff. How is it that I'm speaking and Ken's watching me and talking to me, and I hear the things going on, and I'll be over there in a second. But at the same token, they're going to be on for the next 3 hours. I'm perfectly okay with getting on there later.
No, for sure.
I think the thing that's so important is like, don't ever discredit what you might be able to share to a different region of the world. Because not everybody, listen, I am like I'm probably in the 1% of people that have traveled as much as I've traveled. I spent 11 years of my job. I'm a million miles in the air. I've been to every continent except for Australia, which sucks because, well, that's because my English counterpart's a douche.
Yeah, he stole all those jobs.
Fucking prick. But you know what? He's never been to Hawaii, and I've been there like a million times.
Lucas.
Oh, you got him on that then.
Lucas.
Yeah.
Hey, Lucas.
Hey, Lucas.
That's Luke. That's Luke. He's a chow chow lap. He's about 110 pounds.
They do like a lot of
But you know what I'm saying, Ken, right? The idea
Yeah, shit, yeah.
it's the understanding of just knowledge, right?
That's Kaya.
Yep.
That's Kaya.
You bring something to the plate that's going to enhance me. And what's lost is in this generation, this new generation, not like my kids, the generation before that, after that, not before but after it. Don't have the understanding of what it means to learn from someone that has a different value. Because you know what we don't talk about is values. We talk common language. Our common language is whiskey.
Yeah.
Yep.
And what I learned
what
I learned from Ken is that I really like Ken because he's like me in Australia. Alex is like me in Canada.
Good God.
Stefan and Patrick are like me in Stockholm, Sweden. I have people in the UK. I have people in all these different countries that I identify with.
Yeah.
Yep.
And it's lost. It's lost because they've been told a lot. It doesn't matter. I don't really care about political parties. I don't care about none of that matters to me. It's the idea of can you learn? If you don't think you can learn, you're lost.
Yeah. Learn to listen, learn to talk, and just discuss things. Hey, Port Charlotte.
Hey, you know what? You know what the saddest thing about that Port Charlotte is? Zach hasn't sent it to me, and he's in the States. Fucking douche. No,
I can get Port Charlotte, and I can get also what's the other one? What's the $400 one? Let's see here.
Listen, you like spend the next 6 months growing out your beard, and I'll come up there and pull out your teeth and drink your Port Charlotte.
I just trimmed my beard, man. You couldn't see my neck for a bit there. That was like a week.
All you gotta do is like grow it out and pull your teeth, and it's like a honey hole.
You know what? You know why I just trimmed my beard just recently? Because A, my wife hates mustaches, so my mustache is really long now. But anyhow, B, was that when you wear a mask, it was just like I had like Jimi Hendrix, like a fucking like the old 70s triangle coming out of my mask. It's like because at work when I'm working at the mine, like I'm in business meetings, right? And this thing, I just like this hair just coming out like. And that's like a line, a mask line.
Hold on, but isn't that what they expect from a gold miner?
Yeah, in the old days with my pickaxe.
I did the blind
You mean it's not the same?
Oh no, believe it or not, we've modernized in the world.
Oh hey, you're not riding bears anymore. It's mooses.
Moose, yeah, but see. Now here's the thing, like.
I thought it was caribou.
But hey, the big idea was that somebody was going to dress up as a moose and bring me my whiskey. I said, well, hold on a second here. Don't do it during rutting season. Because rutting season, they're frisky. They want a little some.
I don't know if you can see this for sure, but this was, let's say we're in 2021. So 2020 summer.
Like Junior?
No, the Papa.
Damn. What the hell? That's not you.
Yeah, it is.
You're fucking balding in that picture.
No. Listen, I had
He just has a big forehead, okay? Leave the guy alone.
My hair was so long.
The three of you don't have this, okay? All right? Just be jealous.
No, my hair was so long. Alex, my hair was so long, I had it actually back in I had to pull back.
Yeah, but like your hair on your head right now doesn't even look like it's like you went to hair club for men.
Doesn't anybody know about Wayne Rooney? It's called plugs, man.
Yeah, well, my forehead has no ending. It's like
that picture
it's just growing large.
Delayed.
Look at this shit.
Hey, Bobby.
Holy Christ, man.
It's a bald man of Borneo beard.
I'm a lumberjack and I'm okay.
Hey Bobby,
Lumberjack and he's okay.
Oh wait, hold on.
I want to send her something. She
Okay, hold on. I'm trying to find some.
I can't see the label, but I think I see the picture.
This cigar there with the sad clown on it.
Yeah, it's the clown series,
So
right?
this is that classic. This is that classic sideshow clown, like skid mark.
$800
Yeah.
whiskey.
So this is from these guys up in New York. Oh, the Octomore. Oh, the Black Art. Black Art.
Hey, you want to see something like crazy?
$419.
Time today. On the way to get a COVID test.
Listen, I don't want to know what's on your FAP list.
Okay, you know what?
That was the Marine Corps me in the marathon.
Bobby, your porn days. I don't want to know. I don't want to know your porn
you do. Trust me, I know you do, Alex, for sure.
You know what? I'm not into the stepchild porn or stepdad porn stuff. I'm sorry, but
trust me.
All right, guys.
You can act like you don't.
I'm gonna jump over to Liveway.
Yeah, I'm gonna jump over.
Catch you over there.
Let's jump over to Alex.
We'll jump over there. I might
bring
as
us
well.
in because what they're doing right now is lame. We'll fix.
We'll fix that shit.
Yeah.
Yeah, we'll fix it.
All right.
They can fit 4 more guys on there now. We should be 4.
Hey.
Yeah.
First of all,
Bourbon went on.
Guys, I really appreciate you guys being on here. I love all you dudes.
No, it's good.
You know I do.
Hey, Bobby, I want to let you know you are gonna get one of these.
Nice.
I will make sure that you get the things that I have too.
Say it that way. No.
We'll do a cigar change.
A little swappy.
Yeah, we'll do some cigar swapping.
Hey, have you heard about really quickly? Have you had anything from Adventura, which is the newest Caldwell company done with Henderson Ventura as the blender? And this guy's like 27, 26. The creamiest smoke I've ever had.
Oh yeah, wow.
Was he blending in fillers?
All of it.
What's he? Is he double blending his wrap?
I don't know if it was double blended, but dude,
because like when I think of like a blend, I'm thinking of like someone that's taking their fillers and blending them with a double wrap. Right, like they're doing a double.
Well, what I meant was this guy is gonna be like the next AJ Fernandez.
Whoa, hold on, now.
Wow.
Hold on. It's like this is significant. Zach knows this about me. I am an AJ Fernandez dude.
Listen,
AJ Fernandez.
You're gonna get an AJ Fernandez freaking like Churchill.
What do I have?
That I paid freaking $4.50 for.
What?
Yeah, and it don't have a band on it, but it's an AJ Fernandez.
That's irrelevant to me. I'm not about like spectacular.
Oh, dude,
taste.
Pravada farm rolled. I'm telling you, man. AJ did a takeover. Phenomenal.
Okay, if you guys,
when you send it to me, send like the message of like who it is. So I can research. I've had that. Yeah, I've had that for sure. I've had that.
These are good cigar, man. I got.
That's a
hot smash.
Alec Bradley.
Oh, it's the Alex Bradley one. Yeah,
that's the Alex Bradley SMU, right? I can never pronounce it, but it's like English SU, right?
The Magic Toast.
So like, there's like,
hey Bobby, do you like AJ
Fernandez does weird shit with like weird different things, but he can do some amazing things with things you would never ever think of. And like, I'm intrigued with anybody that, if like AJ Fernandez is really renowned with like spice notes.
So
the
one that just dropped of this particular cigar is an AJ Fernandez blend. So I'll send you one of those too.
Oh,
and it's
I'll send you some kick-ass AJ Fernandez because I literally have AJ Fernandez out the nose because he just doesn't fuck up a cigar.
But you know you're gonna get a couple of these, right?
I hope so. I want the hat.
You can't have the hat. You can't afford the hat.
You know what? I'm just saying.
No, that dude. I'm not gonna lie. I've never paid more for a freaking baseball hat than these two. I've got the navy one, which is like it's got the gold. It's got the gold with the white, and then I've got the all white, which is the it's the doomsayer. So it's like,
So are you saying that I need to make the most expensive Bourbon Battalion hat you've ever seen?
I mean, no. Oh, listen, you want to go there, dude?
No, I would never do that.
So,
Not about that.
Quesada just did a last month's LCA release was the barbecue pig by Quesada.
Yeah.
And dude, it's and it was the barbecue pig.
Hey, listen, I will tell you this for sure, Zach. I will send you. You're gonna have to wait like 3 months, but I will send you the best barbecue blend that I've ever made in a bourbon. And Dusty Dan, when I sent it to him, it was almost 3 months, or just shy of 3 months, because he asked me to make it, and I made it. And he's like, Dusty Dan usually texts me. He called me. He's like, dude, are you fucking kidding me? I was like, no. He's like, dude, if you bottled that, I would buy it by the case. And I made a bourbon that he requested to pair with. Like, listen, if we're all honest, there's not very often that you actually drink whiskey with food. You may occasionally, but not really, right? Like a lot of times you have like something after or before.
It's before and after, yeah.
He asked me to make him a barbecue blend at 115 proof to drink with his barbecue, and I made it. And he's like, you tell me how much you want to make and I will buy it. And Dusty Dan is really quiet, right? He works a lot. He's really good. He just doesn't have the time. And he's like one of the dudes out there. Like Dusty Dan is really good at what he does.
Because he's a redhead. Because he's a redhead.
Well, Perry,
hey man, the ginger makes some damn good whiskey.
Hey, Perry from This Is My Bourbon podcast, it's still winning Matt Madness, right? Still winning it. And he said, I would buy this. And literally all it was a barbecue blend of a bourbon. And it's nothing more than the actual juice mixed with a complexity of blended smokes for 3 months.
Smokes.
I triple smoked a blend of smokes to put into a bourbon to infuse. The bourbon is the same. It's like just X. But I did multiple smoke blends to make it be something that he wanted. So listen, I don't think there's anybody else in here. I will make it. I will make a gallon of it, and I will send each of you. Well, you fuckers! I swear to God, fucking Ruskies. How do I get you guys? When it's available, when I can, I will send it to you, because the Gunny had it, and the Gunny's like, I will give you this and this and this for it. But I think that the thing is, like, you think is like when you think of like Islay, you think of scotches, you think of all these different things from different regions, Highlands, Islay, you think of bourbons from different regions. You think of the idea of like smoke brings something different. If you truly know how to infuse smoke, right, and not cut the proof, right, there is a technique. If you ask me individually, I'll tell you. I won't tell it on a live stream, but I will tell you how to smoke and blend and not lose the proof. Because if you do it wrong, you will lose the proof. Your proof will get shot.
Really?
Yeah, I can literally high proof something, that isn't high proof.
Yeah, that's the problem.
If you tell me, hey, I'm going to send you a sample of this, I want you to make it a higher proof without smoke, I can do that. There's a way of doing it. If you want to ask me how to do it, I will tell you individually, but I'm not going to put it out there for a live stream. There is a way of doing it, right? There is absolutely a way of proofing up something you think should be a higher proof without changing it at all.
Oh, wow.
There is a way. You know it. You just haven't thought of it.
They killed it.
And I'm just like so anal retentive on like this weird shit.
Sometimes.
Hold on. I'm going to end the broadcast and I'll tell you off stream. So stay on. Don't go. I'm going to end the broadcast. So everybody on here, thanks for being in. Love you guys. Next week and the next 3 weeks will be Bourbon Battalion. We'll do Booker's the next 3 series. Until then, be good to those people that are good to you, because there's not tons of people good to you. Understand, take the time to recognize the people that are good to you, love them, cherish them, and always love you all. Cheers.
And so
Cheers.
doing that so that those that